Welcome, everyone. November 13th, 5 p.m. Notice is hereby given pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Vernon's Annex Civil Statute 6252-17, that the city of Smithville will conduct a council meeting and public hearing at City Hall here located at 317 Main Street, Smithville, Texas. Call the meeting to order. Invocation from Councilmember Bruno, please.
Please bow your heads. Most heavenly and gracious Father, we give thanks to you, O Lord, and we stand in awe of you, for we are wonderfully made and marvelous are your works. We come to you tonight in this Thanksgiving season with open hearts and minds, so we may to attend to the business before us, perform our duties and responsibilities to the best of our abilities, and make the right decisions for our Smithville community. We are delighted that you are both a loving and sovereign, and that you cause all things to work together for good to those who love you, to those calling according to your purpose. Despite the challenges this past year, you have given us the tools, the abilities, and peace that passes all understanding in your Son, Jesus Christ, who we honor and obey. Thank you for giving our leadership and all our local workers, our emergency responders, firefighters, police, health care workers, volunteers, citizens, and many others the strength and endurance to support our community. We also pray for nations around the world who are at war and fighting for the liberty and freedom we cherish in America. Thank you for bringing us together this evening and for the way your love sweetens our earthly love. In Jesus Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Bruno will lead us in the pledge. Council is now going to go into executive session pursuant to Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551, Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, annotated in accordance with the authority contained in Section 551.071 to consult with attorney to discuss Open Meetings Act training and compliance. That executive meeting, we will also conduct discussion about the evaluation and goals for 2024 for the city manager. Public can sign up to speak for either of those two when we come out of executive session.
All right, everyone, we're going to go back into the open meeting. Thank y'all all for being here tonight. We have a packed house. We may have to put in the budget to buy some more chairs so everybody can come into the room. All right. Discussion and action as a result of the executive meeting.
Mayor, can I make a motion?
Oh, do we have any citizen comments? Not on this item. Okay, go ahead.
Mayor, I move that we council direct the city manager to work with the city secretary to schedule a special meeting in December to finalize the 2024 goals and objectives for the city manager. At that time, we would expect to include in that quarterly progress reports throughout the year for the city manager.
May I second that motion?
A motion has been made. All in favor? A motion is approved. Jennifer, you good? Now we go to the award, proclamation, announcement, and presentation. Proclamation for Thanksgiving Day. Whereas our forefathers established a day of Thanksgiving, a special day to set aside to acknowledge their blessings. And whereas it has become traditional for the people of the United States to celebrate a day of Thanksgiving as a way of reflecting on their many blessings and giving thanks for all they have been given. Whereas the people of this country, and more specifically the people of Smithville, are truly blessed with much for which to be thankful for. Whereas as we count our blessings, let us not forget the freedoms we so often take for granted, freedoms that are hard fought by earlier generations and current servicemen and women who have given their lives so that we might be free. And whereas these freedoms come with responsibility, it is each of us to find a way to participate in the community by working through the service organizations and the city to help improve the quality of life for those who are less fortunate. Therefore, I, Sharon Forster, the mayor of Smithville, hereby proclaim Thursday, November 23rd, 2023 as a day of Thanksgiving. Honor the Veterans Day.
Good evening. I want to thank the VFW for hosting a beautiful Veterans Day event this past Saturday. I'm going to read the proclamation to honor our veterans. Whereas our community has a continuing sense of gratitude to those who have given so much in the defense of the freedoms which we all continue to enjoy. And whereas the freedoms we enjoy as Americans have been purchased and maintained at a high price throughout our history. And whereas since the establishment of the original 13 states, Americans have been willing to fight and die to preserve their individual rights guaranteed in the United States Constitution and the Bill of Rights. And whereas we owe a great debt to those who have served in defense of this nation. And whereas throughout the generations, their sacrifices have preserved our unique form of government dedicated to human rights and respect for the individual. And whereas for many, that sacrifice has ended in permanent injury or death, yet their spirit remains in the continued preservation of our freedoms and the promise of liberty established as an example for all the oppressed persons of the world. And whereas in honor of these dedicated men and women, we pledge our continued defense of our nation so that their sacrifice will stand before the entire world as a tribute to the spirit and determination of a people dedicated to the principles of freedom and democracy.
Now, therefore, I, Sharon Forster, Mayor of the City of Smithville, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim November 11th as Honor Our Veterans Day. And thank you all for your service. Councilmember Tom Etheridge will read the rock crushing plant proclamation.
Whereas on October 16th, 2023, the City Council convened and voted in opposition to a rock crushing gravel operation proposed for a site on FM 153 near the intersection with State Highway 71. And whereas its proposed location is in the very heart of three of the community's most valuable assets, the Colorado River, Busher State Park, and River Bend Park. Given the nature of these assets, a major river, a large state park, and a large regional park, the various risks posed by the gravel operation should be considered very thoughtfully. And whereas the City of Smithville believes reasonable analysis would conclude that those risks outweigh the rewards and private property rights, We can hardly imagine a more incompatible site for the proposed facility. And whereas concurrent with various environmental risks are our concerns about the volume and size of commercial vehicular traffic to be generated by the proposed facility. The intersection of 153 and Highway 71 is underdeveloped. And whereas it already receives considerable traffic from the park and normal neighborhood feeder traffic, volumes that will significantly increase with the pending construction of a convenience store and restaurant at the corner, plus the 70+ large gravel trucks per day estimated by the applicant to occur at the proposed facility. And now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and city council of the city of Smithville, Texas, is in opposition to the proposed rock crushing gravel plant and encourages all citizens to voice their concern and request all permits and approval for the plant be denied.
Passed and approved on this 13th day of November 2023. Our next presentation will come from the Smithville VFW Post 1309, Stephen B. Yeah. I've been practicing his name, but I still can't say it. Say it again.
Good evening. I am Stephen Barthelme, quartermaster for the Dr. George M. Jones Veterans of Foreign Wars Post 1309. I am here tonight on behalf of all the members of Post 1309 to convey a heartfelt thanks for all the support of this council and the support the citizens of Smithville have shown to the VFW and veterans throughout the community. Mayor Forrester and all 5 members of this council, along with City Manager Robert Tamble, have consistently supported the VFW, attended our veteran events, and shown genuine concern towards issues facing veterans in the Smithville community. The VFW over the past year has sought to be more involved in order to give back to the community that has been so supportive of us over the past 83 years that our post has stood in Smithville. Our main priority, of course, is to honor and serve veterans and their families. In this, we replace the flags at local cemeteries on the Saturday before Memorial Day, perform ceremonies to honor veterans on Memorial Day and Veterans Day, and honor our nation and its history on Independence Day. But we are also committed to serving our community in a variety of ways. We've become active partners with the Chamber of Commerce by attending and hosting the monthly mixers and attending the quarterly luncheons. This has allowed the VFW to meet community leaders from government, business, and the nonprofit sectors and participate in discussions about the future of Smithville and the current issues surrounding growth and community support needs. It has also allowed us as a nonprofit to create strong bonds with business and community leaders for our fundraising and recruitment efforts. This year, we worked closely with the Smithville Independent School District, participating in the teacher convocation, awarding over $1,000 in scholarships to students and educators, and promoting Americanism and patriotism through our Patriots Pen and Voices of Democracy programs. Our post building is important to the community by hosting Boy Scout Troop 183 and is utilized by the community for family events, reunions, citizen meetings like the recent TCEQ public comment session. And last year, our post was honored to provide a place for the Texas National Guard unit to hold a memorial service for a soldier who served at Camp Swift. Moving forward, Post 1309 commits our members to working with organizations like Keep Smithville Beautiful, the Smithville Food Pantry, Smithville Independent School District, the Chamber of Commerce, and others to keep the VFW as a longstanding Smithville institution, allowing veterans a place to gather and continue to serve the community and nation they swore an oath to protect and defend. Once again, thank you for all of your support.
And thank you, Stephen. You have done a lot for this community. We appreciate it. Next on the agenda is Ms. Laurie Vincent. How are you today? Uh-oh.
Okay, here we
Oh,
are.
there we
Okay, I
go.
want to say, also extend my thanks to all the veterans here. Absolutely. We are here because of I know you. The final thought. I have been coming to Smithville for the last 9 months in order to facilitate conversations about economic development. And during that time, we workforce training, parks and recreation. The last one, downtown revitalization, and our wrap. And I'm not hearing you out there, so you're gonna have. Okay. Okay. Oh, is that better? Okay. Just kind of have to eat the microphone. All right. So, just a couple of observations. I was at Okay, is that one better? Okay, and here I thought I was loud. My husband would tell you I'm loud. Okay, what people are looking for, and when I say people, I'm saying that very loosely, what residents, what prospects, businesses, tourists, generally what people are looking for when they are trying to decide where to live, where to do business, where to spend money, and where to visit. And these are the things that generally are an accepted standard in economic development of what people are looking for. Proximity to multiple markets, transportation outlets, airports, workforce training and talent development, natural resources, an excellent school system, quality job opportunities, community events, an active downtown, engaged citizens, visionary plans for the future, shovel-ready sites, and diverse housing options. I mean, Smithville is in a really good place on that list. Now, if you're, so I guess to further the conversation, we could ask, are you maximizing all those things? But you are really, at the very least, have those amenities to offer. Critical factors for growth and challenges and things that would kind of take you to the next level, set you apart from others would be access to utilities, lands used for its highest and best use, which, the proclamation you just did was a good example of that. Visionary planning and zoning, stakeholder input, feedback, strong communications, collaboration and partnerships, clear objectives, realistic expectations, local investment, open to change and directional growth, and understanding the mission, vision, and values. And I do have an asterisk by those that you all have already included and will be covered in your comprehensive plan. So that is very good as well. So, but those are critical factors for growth, and those other things obviously can be advanced with an engaged community. These are some observations that I have just from my time spent here in the last 9 months, is that you have a great story to tell, but don't be a secret. The good news is when I try to find information about Smithville, I don't find negative information. But the bad news is I don't find a lot of information, other information, unless I'm specifically, put in, as I began to spend more time here, it was easier for me to put in specific words or phrases, and then I could find an abundance of information. But I think that's an easy fix. Just don't be a secret. Direct your marketing to specific audiences, because you have multiple audiences here. Marketing to your existing citizens, marketing to tourists, marketing to people in the region to come in and utilize the store, shoppings, restaurant products that you have. But instead of just throwing a big wide net out there, be very specific in your marketing. Understanding the reality of your population. This is something that I heard multiple times in my visits, where people would say, well, if only we had this, if only we had that. And I know that you all are aware of this, but as a community, you have to be very realistic about what your population can support. And because it's really, opening a business is not the hardest part. It's maintaining a customer base. That is the hardest part. And really realizing the economies of scale here. You have a population that will support a lot of things. You do. And you have traffic as well. And you have the state park. You have all those great amenities. But also, it's easy for us to say, well, if only we had this, if only we had that. but just be realistic about what your population and what your regional market can support. Then you have a much higher rate of success. And then support the existing economic development efforts. I think that kind of goes without saying. Everybody in Smithville is an economic developer. Everybody has a place. Everybody should be an ambassador for this city. And so support the existing economic development efforts. Every conversation that I had was filled with people passionate about the future of Smithville. Now, I'm not naive. I'm a super optimistic person. And I see good, I see opportunity almost everywhere I look, but I also am a realist. It's not always sprinkles and unicorns. Every city has the opportunity to grow and to do things a little different. And I'd be naive if I didn't say that, but there's plenty of ways that Smithville could do little things to improve itself. But for the most part, you are in a very good place on that list. You really have things to work with. So I think that's very positive. And the conversations that I had with people who even had concerns, they were still positive about why they lived here and they care about the future of Smithville. And I think this is an example. I cannot begin to tell you the places that I have been, the cities that I've been where they struggle to get a quorum at a city council meeting and no one is in the audience. And it makes you wonder who even's caring about the community. Obviously, that's not the case here. So that's good. The Workforce Center is an asset. So I really look forward to seeing how that can continue to grow and expand. I urge you to celebrate your success because sometimes we get so wrapped up in what we have to do next, that we don't stop to celebrate every job that is created, every capital investment that is created, every house that is built. Celebrate all of those successes. Every business that opens, you do have things to celebrate. We just don't celebrate enough. And you control your destiny. I've often said you cannot wait for somebody to come in and save you. That Santa Claus doesn't live here. I hope there's no kids in here. And you just can't wait for that night to come in and save you. First, you don't need saving. You already have a great community. But you can't expect other people to invest in your community if you're not willing to invest yourself, both in time and treasure. So you control your own destiny. Rome wasn't built in a day. It takes a while to see the results of the fruits of your labor. So measured patience, I think, is the order of the day now because you all have planted a lot of seeds and now it's time to nurture them and watch them grow. There are different ways to measure success. Job creation, infrastructure development, the grants that you've received, hotel occupancy, the list goes on. There are ways to measure your success in terms of data and in numbers. There are some things to consider. New business startups, business workshops, that sort of thing can be added to your measuring tool chest. But already Jill's already keeping track of the grants, the infrastructure, the hotels, the RFP responses. Happy to share more of that with you if needed. And finally, this is the last thought I want to share with you. The real sustainable growth happens when longtime residents soften a little bit on being adverse to change. And they want everything and want to keep everything because they love this community so much. And then you have new residents that come in that want change. And it's really hard. And really, the compromise is in the middle. And that is when you're really going to have sustainable growth. And when I say figure out what your yes is, obviously, you're going to be approached with opportunities that don't align with your values, just like tonight, as you shared tonight, perfectly valid. But I just encourage you to have that conversation about what is your yes? What does a yes mean to you? And to have that discussion. That way, you as the city, the community, the chamber, the workforce, the schools, everybody understands this is how we want to move forward. This is our vision for our community. And we're going to say yes to the things that will help us get there. Instead of saying no, 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 figure out what your yes is and spend your time and resources on the things that will help you get there. Finally, the last one is I said you have planted the seeds or continue to plant seeds, nurture them, and watch them grow. The harvest sometimes doesn't come fast enough for us, but with a little patience, I think you all are in a great place. And happy to help. I know that many of you have questions and have different interests. It has absolutely been a pleasure to be a part of your community for the last 9 months. And now we're friends for life. So you're kind of stuck with me, but I wish best wishes to you. And thank you for letting me be a part of the discussion.
Thank you. Stacy Savage, are you here? There she is. I was looking for you. Welcome.
Okay, we've got about 30 slides and 15 minutes. Y'all ready?
What?
Buckle up. Who's doing slides so I can, okay. So you can go ahead and go to the first slide here.
You might want to introduce yourself, recycling.
Oh
And-
yeah, I was gonna do that
Okay.
here in just a second.
I will say that I've been working with Stacy for the past 2 or 3 months, trying to identify things that we could do better for our recycling center. And she has been very helpful and has been gracious enough to come and agree to speak with us. So we're really glad you're here.
Well, thank you all for allowing me to speak. I'm opening with Texas. We have a problem. We have about 200 landfills across our state. They consist of residential and business waste, medical waste, construction, demolition, hazardous waste. And we're here to talk about how we can reduce that waste to landfills. And what I like to demonstrate is what's called the waste berg. And you think of this as kind of an iceberg where you see the tip and the vast majority of the iceberg is at the bottom. So for every pound of waste at the curb, there are about 71 pounds of waste produced upstream. So we think about manufacturing, the products or the material selection, the transportation, getting it onto our store shelves so that customers can buy. We're not even including in that food waste, which makes up about 30 to 40% of the landfill trash stream. And the landfill methane emissions that are coming off of landfills are about 21 to 72 times more potent than CO2. So I always like to ask folks, when we throw something away, where is away? On a circular planet with finite resources, away is in our oceans in somebody else's backyard and affecting public health. So my name is Stacy Savage. I'm the founder and CEO of Zero Waste Strategies. Folks call me the Texas Trash Talker. I am very well versed for the past 20 years in policy development, lobby experience at the state and local level, helped pass 4 pieces of legislation at the local level in Austin for recycling, as well as 2 key pieces of statewide legislation for producer take back for computers and televisions, requiring manufacturers to take back and recycle their old electronics for free for consumers. I'm also was the nonprofit co-founder and chair of the Austin Zero Waste Alliance, which was an environmental volunteer group. And I also served 2 years as a city council appointee on the Austin Zero Waste Advisory Commission. I'm currently a sitting board member of the State of Texas Alliance for Recycling, which is a trade organization. And we do lobby work at the state legislature. So these are a couple of our clients. You may recognize some of these logos here. So we work with large businesses, small businesses, and local governments. So my history goes back in landfill issues way back to 2003, 2004, when we took on landfills that were wanting to expand in Northeast Travis County. They were wanting to put alternative daily cover on these landfills, which was not a good idea. We ran it all the way to the neighbors. We formed a local community group, and we also got Republican and Democratic state legislators to sign on to writing letters opposing this plan. Also took on the Mount Hutto landfill expansion as well, organized another community group there. And it was one of the top 10 stories in 2004 by the Williamson County Sun. And also led initiatives around zero waste in Austin whenever there's a problem landfill run by then IESI and another landfill that kind of wanted to merge, I guess you could say, and creating another citizen group and also a long-range citizen task force, a long-range solid waste task force. So let's get down to what the heck is zero waste anyway. There's a couple of key terms, diversion, reduction of waste, heading to landfills. Zero waste is globally defined as 90% waste reduction through materials, reuse, repair, recycling, repurposing, composting, upcycling, downcycling, all those re's that you can think of before it gets to the landfill. Organic materials, not the aisle in your grocery store for produce. It's actually anything that grows from something from the ground or came from something that grows. And composting is a natural process that breaks down organic materials into a dark soil-like material called compost. So right now we're in a linear economy. We are in a take, make, and dump type of economy. And what we want to do is take the two ends of the linear economy and put them in a circle and make a loop. So that way we can remake these products into something new using recycled materials. And you can see here that there are governments, local governments, corporate commitments, school campuses that are being led by student groups, nonprofits that are going the extra mile, and even conferences that are committed to waste reduction for their event goers. So this is the compost of the composition of the U.S. garbage makeup, where you see probably the lighter pink areas there where containers and packaging, food, other, and yard waste makes up the majority. This is what I was talking about whenever we say 30 to 40% of the waste stream is food waste and yard waste. And then we have other materials like cardboard, container packaging. So this is the zero waste hierarchy, where at the top 3 lines, you can see rethink and redesign, reduce and reuse. These are ways to deconstruct that linear economy. In the middle, we see recycling, composting, material recovery. That's more of a diversion tactic, keeping these materials away from landfill. And at the very bottom, you'll see that kind of incineration or waste to energy is a burning these materials. So why is zero waste important? I like to look at these major benefits. You've heard probably of the 3 Ps, which is people, profit, planet. I like to say there's 5 Ps. There's probably a couple more, but let's put in purpose. Have people put a purpose behind what they're consciously doing with their materials. These materials are not trash. They have loads of value on the materials market, the commodities market. And then also policy. Policy is what evens the playing field for businesses to also do their fair share as well. So this also builds out local material markets, creates jobs, saves money, saves energy, reduces greenhouse gas emissions, saves landfill space, which is a huge one, and also gives businesses and local governments a green marketing edge. So for about every 10,000 tons of waste, it takes one person at a landfill to push a button on a truck. The top or the back raises up and all the stuff slides out and it just goes everywhere, and you can drive off. But for that same 10,000 tons, we can create 4 jobs through composting, 10 jobs through recycling, and 75 to 250 jobs through reuse and repair sectors. These are well-paying jobs with dignity. So the zero waste strengthens the local economy. If you'll look here, the U.S. buries over $11 billion every year in potential revenue from materials that were trashed instead of being sold for recycling. All of these numbers don't include food. They don't include food or yard waste. So what I'd like to propose is something that looks a little bit like this. It's a recycling center with a loading area, a main warehouse and sales floor, kind of an eco depot where people can come in and they can drop off the materials, and then they can go on to the other side and scoop up other materials that they may need for their homes or for their businesses. But it's a circular economy within the actual facility that you can facilitate as a city. So maybe this is expanding. I don't think Jimmy, the recycling center has no room whatsoever, but there may be plots of land that the city owns elsewhere that this, something like this, maybe even like a smaller scale could potentially be of value to the community.
We're always looking.
All right, so getting into zero waste for governments. At the federal level, here's what's going on. There's been the introduction of the Zero Waste Act at the US level, and this issues competitive grants for source reduction, organics recycling, e-waste, which is your electronics, computers, TVs, market development, and public education. At the state level, in 2019, we had the passage of Zaffarini's Senate Bill 649, bipartisan legislation relating to the promotion and the use of recyclable materials as feedstock for processing and manufacturing. So using those old materials to remanufacture, that's what's going to bring a lot of jobs back here to Texas. And this requires the TCEQ, our state's environmental agency, to work with the Texas Office of Economic Development and Tourism to draft a market plan using insights from the business community, and also do an overarching public education campaign to lower those contamination rates of recycling and get higher value for those recyclable materials. And as I mentioned before, the State of Texas Alliance for Recycling, which I'm a board member, does a legislative walk the halls event every legislative session. And so we did one in March, and I actually spoke to Representative Gerdes, Chief of Staff, and there was a strong interest in economic and market development through recycling. So for national grants, we're looking at the Inflation Reduction Act and the Department of Energy. There are literally billions of dollars that are set aside in grant monies, available for local government access for waste reduction, food waste composting, conservation infrastructure, climate risk mitigations. And then also corporate grants. So we're looking at things like the HEB grant that will allow $25,000 to grant winners, called the Our Texas, Our Future grant. We also have Texas Recycles Day grants for $5,000 to $15,000 that can be applied for as well. So these are through corporations. And just in case you didn't know, in 2 days is America Recycles Day on the 15th. And so it actually is founded in Texas. Back in 1994, we started Texas Recycles Day, and it became America Recycles Day 3 years later because 2 employees from the TCEQ went to the National Recycling Coalition and said, hey, let's do this nationwide. And they said, all right. And so now we have America Recycles Day on or around the 15th. And so state and regional grants, I'm sure you guys are very familiar with the councils of government, the COGS, and the grant dollars available for local government access to mitigate illegal dumping, enforcement and cleanups, recycling system improvements, household hazardous waste collection events, equipment purchases like balers and extruders. And then I want to take a look at some of these grants that were awarded in 2020 and 2021 from the regional COGS. And of course, this is during COVID, so I think the numbers are going to be kind of rising in the most recent years. We don't have those numbers just yet. But one to look at is almost $600,000 for 9 grants for organic waste management. That's almost $67,000 per grantee that could be, used in managing our food waste and our yard waste. So green marketing is another big piece that I think a lot of cities miss out on. So green marketing really builds trust, and I'm so glad that I went after you, because when we're talking about economic development, we're talking about what people want to see. When we're talking about the quality of life that people want to experience when they live here in Smithville, a lot of it can be done through these kinds of campaigns, and it really does build trust among neighbors and businesses. One thing that can be done is using the EPA's guideline is just internally in city government staff for environmentally preferable purchasing practices. We call them the EPP because it is really long and it's a mouthful. But another thing to consider maybe a little bit later on is creating the Office of Sustainability, where you can promote public awareness campaigns, sustainable events and workshops, green certification programs for businesses, business partnerships that want to promote what the city of Smithville is doing on the green front, data transparency, which is going to build that trust as well. Imagine if your residents went on to the city's website and they saw their recycling rates on a month-to-month comparable data points and saying, we can do better than this. I don't want to be where we were last year. Let's do better than we were last year and really drive that participation rate up. So let's develop out also with those grants, incentives and rebates for businesses who do want to go and have better operations, more sustainable operations. And this could look like switching from styrofoam containers to something that's not styrofoam containers. I've heard a lot of folks are not too happy about food businesses having styrofoam. So there's entire initiatives out there that can be targeted. And then of course, policy development with the business insights, of course. So just a couple of next steps and recommendations. And none of this is to be construed as I'm telling anyone what to do. These are things that I've seen in my past 20 years that have worked, and that there are some big wins that we can do for the community that may not take very much effort. But I do think that Smithville is at a crossroads, because the county is looking at about 25% population growth in the next 10 years or so is what I've heard from Commissioner Hamner. So that kind of blew me out of the water, because we have to do this growth in a sustainable manner. And I think that that's been echoed from the residents as well. Number one, collaborate with the Chamber on public education campaigns to encourage more recycling and reduce contamination. This could be utility bill inserts, social media challenges, email blasts, business residential training sessions, and scheduling monthly tours of the recycling center as a point of pride in the community. And then number two, engaging in stakeholder meetings for business and residential input on waste diversion. You have to empower a long-range solid waste task force from residential, business, and hauler communities to see what it would look like, develop out a long-range solid waste plan that centers waste minimization. And number three, conduct a citywide waste audit. And I'm telling you, this is when we get up to our elbows in trash, and we are digging through the materials for trash, recycling, and the food waste as well that comes through, to see what the baseline measurement is and how much we're actually recycling as a community. So this would actually give you those baseline measurements and leverage new demands in that upcoming RFP process for hauler services. So this could help you leverage curbside recycling, glass recycling, reducing the trash service from 2 times a week to 1 time a week, and including 2 times a month recycling services, and also getting certificates of proof of recycling, the downstream verification, especially for your household collections, your more toxic materials, getting a certificate of proof of recycling that this stuff is actually going where they say it's supposed to be going, and that you are releasing yourself of any liability once it leaves your property. So I'm not sure if you're aware, but City of San Antonio computers were found unwiped in Lagos, Nigeria, with city data, state data. Oh yeah. So when I talk about electronics recycling, and it needs to be done in a way that is very secure, getting that proof of recycling is going to be very important. So number 4, ensure that financial flow of earnings from recyclables is optimized and funneled strategically. Number 5, using state and federal grants to build out programs for incentives and rebates. So more business recycling and getting them to recycle more types of materials, not just, cardboard, but let's look at the metals. Let's look at the office paper as well. Purchase the necessary recycling equipment that we may need. We talked about styrofoam and how getting a styrofoam extruder would help immensely to mitigating some of that recycling that's apparently blown around the city. And then public and business outreach, education and activities, of course, getting that empowerment and engagement from the community, and reinstating the recycling programs at local schools. Next, formalize a relationship with Keep Texas Recycling and Keep Smithfield Beautiful. Engage expertise and eagerness from these volunteers that are willing to help. They're ready to go. And also possibly thinking about developing out a credit system for volunteers who do work at the recycling center. This could help the city train more residents to recycle right, so that we can get those stronger, higher quality of recyclables that are non-contaminated. Next, identify and implement new opportunities for optimization and efficiencies. It's really the efficiencies that are lacking a lot of times whenever we see city budgets dwindle, and there's a lot of efficiencies can be implemented in order to save money rather than have to go out after these grants. So city buildings and city sponsored events should include recycling collection and education, maybe even training volunteers to ensure proper separation of recyclables and to lower the contamination rates. And last, consider the elimination of recycling center fees to remove financial barriers and increase community participation. So I do have a couple of additional resources here that are all linked for you. And these will help you kind of get a little bit more key foundation regarding what zero waste is, what are the organizations out there that are kind of the respected state, local, and global organizations that are leading on these issues. And then my last question for everyone is, if we're not for zero waste, how much waste are we for? And here's my information if you would like to get in contact with me. Any questions? Whew, did I do it?
I think you did. Stacy, you're a wealth of information. Thank you for coming. We're going to try to get some grants. Jill is going to work with Ken May over at the CapCog, try to get grants, and we're going to get Stacy to come back and do some training with the citizens on everything from composting, how to recycle better. We're going to try to move this forward. We're working with a company that we believe we're going to bring in that's going to get more money for our recycling. So we're working to bring this back to where it's zero for our citizens in town. People that haul a lot of stuff in will to go down and pay a fee for how much they do. And out of town residents may still have to pay. But hopefully by the end of this next year, we can have the recycling center become profitable and move forward with this. I want y'all to know that this woman has really been giving me a lot of information over the last 2 or 3 months. I can't absorb it all, and I really thank you.
I thought we were just chit-chatting.
Yeah, I know. You were chit-chatting. I was just trying to absorb it all. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Oh, definitely.
One quick question. What is the cost of a waste audit for a town our size, and what's it involve?
Well, it's actually a service that my company provides. We just did a massive waste audit for a global tech company in North Austin. You may have heard of them. I'm not going to mention the name, but I'm sure you can guess. And it was, generating about 3,000 pounds we went through and over the course of 2 days with 9 subcontractors. It was a big feat. We charged about $15,000 for that. Okay, thank you.
Our next presentation is from Carlos on security cameras. Hello, Carlos. I'm not even gonna try your last name.
That's all right. I get that often. It's okay.
You're welcome to take the mic, but you have to hold it pretty close to your face, and you're pretty
Okay.
tall.
I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
while you're switching out Max, let me give a little background. Last meeting, we talked about some of the tax note items, and one of them was replacing our our security cameras throughout all of our city facilities, as they are currently a cyber risk from Russia and China, HIK Vision. We did go out and speak with several vendors about what it would cost to replace these cameras. And this is what Carlos is going to discuss with you tonight, is what the risk is, what the potential fix is going to be, and then how much that's going to cost. So with that introduction, Carlos from Verkada is here to give you some information.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much. As I said, my name is Carlos. Nice to meet all of y'all. I have to say, since I've been here in Smithville, everyone's been so nice and welcoming. So I really appreciate that. But yeah, as I mentioned, I'm here with Verkada to discuss physical security, specifically cameras. And this is, as Robert mentioned, to replace the current system that's already in place here in Smithville. So if you don't mind going back up to the first slide really quick for me, Jennifer. As I'd like to mention, I've had the great opportunity of coming here quite a few times, and this is in collaboration with Robert, Chief Repka, Jennifer, and Ashley Garrison with the Rec Center, all individuals who use the system frequently, and this is something that they have to deal with from a day-to-day basis. So if you don't mind going to the third slide, I believe, and one more. Awesome, thank you. So this is basically my best version of a summary of the challenges that have been expressed to me here in Smithville with the current security system. So number one, a security risk and ban on the current system that y'all have actually federally. I can elaborate a little bit on this on the next slide, but before I do so, I just wanted to mention that specifically with the HIK or Hikvision cameras in the US, citing national security concerns, as Robert mentioned. Additionally, these cameras provide, limited access. There are some, cameras are only as useful as the ones that you can see and get access to. And so there are some difficulties with that currently. Additionally, integrating across sites, it's sort of word of mouth when one person, let's say at the rec center, has an issue and they want the chief of police involved, but the chief of police can't see what's going on the cameras. And then there has to be a lot of, communication back and forth that way. Like I said, via word of mouth. Poor user security. So unfortunately, multiple unaddressed instances, the more that I've spoken with these different representatives throughout town of, criminal activity potentially that could have been caught if the cameras were functioning in a proper way. Unpredictable storage, you're not able to save or share as much footage as you'd like currently. And lastly, no device interoperability. What does that mean? Basically, just the cameras don't communicate with any other devices that y'all have other than the ones that are directly tied to those cameras. So if you don't mind going to the next slide, please. So this goes back to bullet number one that I just mentioned. So the risks of the HIK or Hikvision cameras that y'all have in place currently. There is an FCC ban on these cameras nationally. The citation for this is the ability for them to be hacked via Russia or Chinese interference. Over 80,000 exploitable Hikvision cameras have been exposed. Again, this is via Russian hacking and interference. You can read more in the bullets that we mentioned there as well. There are DHS funding concerns as well. A lot of the presentations have been about funding today, and the Department of Homeland Security will not fund any budgetary, upgrades or use of these cameras. So that's why we are proposing a different system here. And then the last two bullets here, people have been exploiting some of the recordable data that they're able to take from these systems. And then lastly, you're vulnerable when the system fails. Because it's federally banned, we basically can't get the support that y'all would need from the manufacturer or from those that might sell this product. So y'all could potentially be left stranded without a system that works. So that is, the extrapolation on the first bullet from the last slide. Before I go to the next, I don't know if I'm allowed to take questions at this point, if y'all had any questions so far before I move on. All right. I've put some additional resources here as well with the articles that I've cited, as well as the FCC documentation. And these are just some screenshots from those as well. If anybody, I know it's a little far, but just basically elaborating on some of what I spoke about. So why do people love Verkada? Why am I here? Verkada is the fastest growing physical security company in the world, for many reasons, but especially because we're easy, smart, and scalable. What does that mean? Easy is less headaches for y'all as you use this security system. I don't know how many people here are in IT, but I've turned into sort of the IT professional for some of my family members, and so I can imagine some people here have a similar experience. But this system is easy to use, and so it's because of that user friendliness, it gives you the ability to then have a smart system to get all the data that you require as a city to be safe. And lastly, it's scalable. It grows as you grow. We've talked about a lot of plans here for Smithville to grow, and I can see that definitely happening. And so the ability for this system to scale with you makes it that much easier. So this is actually a video. I don't know if when you hover over it, if it lets you click on it. And this is just a little video. If it makes you go through a lot of steps, I can explain it as well, but so I'll elaborate a little bit on what this video is. It's basically this is what the main landing page for Verkada looks like. It's called Command. This would be the main page that y'all see when you have access to this system of cameras throughout your city. You would be able to view, let's say you have access to all the cameras throughout the town. You could view all the cameras. You could be sitting at this desk right here and see what's happening at the rec center, as well as get notifications if there is a potential threat in that area as well. And I have an application on my phone as well that I can pass around if y'all would like to see that. A little bit of what it looks like to use it, even on your phone or iPad or anything like that, as you have it throughout the town. If you get a text from my wife, tell her I say hi, but y'all can pass that down if you'd like. already typed it in, so you shouldn't need to do that. But so a little bit more about what that video was going to show is some of the analytics that are provided in this system allow you to be able to find footage much quicker. So for those of you that don't know, some systems, if you're trying to find an event that might have happened, it's based off of a lot of hearsay and potentially scrolling through hours and hours of footage and hoping to find what you're looking for. Thank you. Awesome. So this can minimize that time for y'all so that you can focus on projects that take a priority of yours, right? It makes it to where Chief Repka can see exactly what he's looking for as quickly as possible. And additionally, it gives you a proactive system. It's not an event happens and then for maybe a day or so later, you try to see what happened and kind of reconcile the situation. You can get live alerts as incidents are happening and be proactive about it and stop it before it becomes more of a risk. So as a baseline, Verkada, we function off of 5 megapixel cameras. We can go higher than that, but I put this graphic here for y'all to see. Basically, you can see 5 megapixels in the middle. You can get a better visual than the 2 megapixels on the right. So as you're looking at these cameras, you can make out exactly what's happening a little bit better. The next couple of slides are just basically elaborating on the camera models that you're going to see later on a bill of materials that we put together with Robert and Jennifer as we went throughout the town. So in this deployment overview, this slide right here is basically breaking down what you're going to see in the quote that's in the next couple of slides. Ultimately, you're going to have the hardware and the licenses. So this is a 10-year solution. It's a one-time cost for 10 years. You pay it once. There are no hidden fees or secret gotchas throughout that 10-year period. They come with that 10-year license. So you're getting those updates, firmware and software throughout that entire period of time, as well as a 10-year warranty. So if a camera were to break under that warranty period, not only do you get a new camera shipped to you in 24 to 48 hours, let's say 5 years from now, a new model camera comes out, you would actually get that new model shipped out to you for free. So this is the total cost of ownership breakdown over a 10-year period. This is one of the few graphs where we like being the small bar on there. So if you look at a total cost of ownership over a 10-year period on the far left, you'll see us versus maybe more of a traditional system, which is similar to the one that y'all have now. And these metrics are based off of people that have used us and other systems, the numbers that they were able to record over those periods of time, as well as projections that they were able to put together. But ultimately, you can see that it's going to save you a drastic amount of money in the long term, especially with that 10-year license and warranty. So this is on a per device basis. Ultimately, I just like to put this up here so that y'all can see even more on a granular level exactly how much money we're able to save y'all by camera as we expand, like I mentioned earlier. So this is the final price and discounts on a 10-year license. Total with tax, quote unquote, but it's $291,584.32. Again, that's a one-time payment for a 10-year period, no hidden fees, no hidden cost, and that 10-year warranty that I mentioned previously. And this is turnkey as well. So this is with the price of additional equipment and installation via a partner of ours. So that price is all in. You pay that price, team comes out, installs, everything's up and running. You're good to go for 10 years. And this is just a more broken down version of that quote over that 10-year period. And then on the next page, this is actually a 5-year period option as well. That is a little bit of a lower price. However, y'all will notice that for the difference of an additional 5 years, it is a drastic discount difference that we were able to get for y'all in that 10-year period. And this last slide is just basically highlights of people that I work with. I specifically work with state and local government and education here in Texas. And so on the right side are some other cities and towns that y'all might recognize that I work with closely. City of Bastrop, I'll actually be there tomorrow, working with their chief of police and IT professionals on their rollout of our camera equipment. City of Schulenburg, their chief of police, Galveston County, Caldwell County, City of Weimar, Columbus, so on and so forth. And I believe that's the final slide other than questions. So I would love to open up the floor to anybody that has thoughts or questions. Thank you.
Okay. No offense, but when I hear turnkey, no hidden fees and no hidden costs, I feel like I'm being sold something. But I'm trying to understand Avanex versus Verkada. What's the difference? What do they do? What are the?
Yeah, great question. So we are the manufacturer. So we don't sell anything direct. Everything goes through partners. So I'm ultimately the product expert from Verkada. Avanex is a partner that it's y'all's local IT integrator that provided the quote and would be doing the installation.
Okay. And then I don't know, Robert, if this is a question for this gentleman or yourself, but just simple question. Why do we need these cameras and what did we do before we had cameras? I mean, obviously it seems to me public safety, aid in criminal prosecution, identifying suspects. Do we get any insurance savings? Are there any requirements for the city to have any cameras?
Not that I'm aware.
So what would be the compelling reason for us to spend $300,000 or $400,000 for cameras?
Well, let me give you a little history on this. This came up 8 years ago. We started putting in cameras at City Hall. At any given time, there's reasons you want to monitor your facility. There's been times where we had to go back and look at the game films for prosecution purposes. But how did we get this HIK vision? Okay, we had a local vendor that was utilizing these systems, and this wasn't out there 8 years ago. They really didn't know this was an issue. I had a guy that came in and for $3,000, you got 8 cameras in a system and a viewer that went with the system. So we started integrating these cameras into our operation. Case in point, it'd been nice to have had cameras when the Chamber of Commerce building burned down. That worked. It's nice to have cameras here when there's an incident in the lobby that happens or at the library that happens. You want to have that ability to go back and use it for prosecution if needed, necessary, and just monitoring in general. So that's how we got where we are. And over the time frame of 8 years, we've added cameras. Okay, we need it at the Veterans Memorial Park. We have vandals there. So it's just a way to protect the assets of the citizens and the city. And now, having said that, the 100 and some odd cameras that we initially put in, we reduced by 30%. And that's why this cost went down as well.
And if I may elaborate on that slightly, a lot of the towns and schools that I've worked with, like I mentioned in there, with the total cost of ownership versus other options. But additionally, I was in the town of Gonzales, and they had upwards of $200,000 worth of tractor equipment stolen that they didn't have a camera in that area for, that they could have potentially, like you mentioned, prosecuted and been able to have,
Were they insured? Did they lose any money? We pay for insurance for that kind of stuff. Wouldn't they be insured?
I'm not sure exactly what their process would have been for that town, but I can tell you that was a big point for them of wanting a camera in that area.
Well, the only thing I would just say is that I think it makes some sense to really be thoughtful and intellectually honest about what is the insurance policy that we're buying with these cameras and what are we getting for that investment? I mean, granted, would it have been nice to maybe seen who we think may have burned the chamber building down? Would it have changed the financial impact to the city? Would it, have resulted in prosecution? I just think there should be a cost benefit because it sure seems like a lot of money to me. Just my opinion.
One place I do think we really need cameras is at the rec center where our children and our young people are at. I believe that is a very important thing. And at the library, but that's something that we really
I would
need.
say City Hall. I mean, I think that we've made some decisions to invest in security systems here at City Hall, but around town and some other places.
Wilby's also expanded the recycling center, Veterans Memorial Park, the Riverbend Park back in the back where there's RVs and things that happen. So again, it's evolved over time, but we have made an effort to reduce the number of cameras.
Your call. No, I did. A question. We're not necessarily taking action on this tonight, correct?
It's a presentation from the past meeting. We talked about the tax note. I was authorized to go look for cameras at a rate.
So this is in support of that.
This
Okay,
is in
thank you.
support of that, yes.
You have to come forward and
Can
say
I-
your name. And then you'll have to sign up a piece of paper in order to speak, just to keep it uniform. So, okay, sorry. Yes.
Okay, I have a question. You said you're going to be with the city of Bastrop.
Yes, ma'am.
and have they already purchased this and how are they deploying this system?
Yeah, great question. So they haven't purchased it, but they've already gotten approved for this year's budget previously. So we are going basically what we call a site walk tomorrow, similar to what we did with Robert and y'all's team to see where all the cameras are needed. And then once we basically narrow down the camera models and types that they need for the coverage that they want, that's when we're going to, implement the purchase for the dollars that are already approved for this exact system.
If we were to buy this package and choose the 5-year option, then we would look at 5 years from now instead of having paid 300,000 versus the 237. Now we're going to re-up for 237 again, or is that just a service contract because we already own the equipment?
Yeah, great question. If you could scroll back up to the quote in year 5, or if you go back down to the 5-year. In year 5, you already have the hardware, you already got the installation, you already got the wiring and the cables that you needed. So you wouldn't be paying that full 237 in year 5. You would be paying if you can see in the bottom right there, the $53,000. And that would be for another 5-year period of the use of the equipment. Does that answer your question?
It's my brain. So in year 6, what would we be doing?
So that's up to you. Truthfully, a lot of cities that I've worked with already reevaluate their systems anyway in year 3 or 4 or 5, right? So if in year 5 you want to reevaluate and you decide Verkada is not the best fit for you and you want to go with a different system, then by all means you can do that. You're not tied in to have to use us. However, in year 5, if you do like the equipment and you wanted to keep using it, you would just basically pay for another 5-year term, or you could we also have the 10-year term as well, like I mentioned.
But that 5-year term, we already own the equipment, so we're just asking for storage and service.
Yeah, it would be for all of the firmware, software updates, the uses of the command platform and everything like that.
So it's not another 237.
No, sir.
It would be approximately
It would be the $53,000
50 a year.
No.
50
It would
next-
be the one-time payment of $53,000 for the next 5 years. You wouldn't pay
That's what I
any
was
more than
looking
that.
for. Thank you.
Yep.
I have one more question. I know you said you met with Chief Repka. It'd be nice as if we could hear from our police force on this security system, because I'm sure they're the ones that are the biggest users of it. So
Absolutely.
I don't think Chief Repka's here or Jad or somebody. Is he here?
Detective Hubbard, come to the front, please. Detective Hubbard, come to the front.
Detective Hubbard. So my question is, okay, I mean, you guys are the ones probably the most that would be using something like this, security breach of the rec center or the library or wherever, the city hall. I mean, what are your thoughts on this type of a system for the city of Smithville?
Well, I'm not familiar with the system, but I can tell you having video camera coverage on our city buildings and city facilities is, I don't think you can put a cost on it as far as the way it helps us in the criminal justice system. If something happens in this day and age, if it's not on video, it almost didn't happen. Regardless of how much evidence you can put together, if we've got cameras and able to recover video, it's probably our best resource in solving and prosecuting crimes in the city of Smithville, whether it's with the city or homeowners with video cameras, Ring doorbells. You would not believe just how many crimes we're able to prosecute because of it.
One of the options I also want to add an enhancement of our current system were these things called bullet and LCP, LPRs, license plate recognition camera. One is proposed at Main and Loop 230, and then one at 95 and Loop 230. So you can have license plate recognition of somebody acting a fool going through those, or if there's a chase. So that's also included, that something we didn't have before.
That was a big point for Chief Repka as well. I believe he actually went and had lunch with Chief Chief Brennick up in Schulenburg, and they discussed that exact use case as well. And if you ever wanted to speak with any of the other references that I had up there, I'd be happy to get y'all in touch with any other city that uses our equipment, and you could discuss with somebody that doesn't have ricotta on their shirt. So. It's under here. Yeah. Thank you all very much.
Number 8 on the agenda, approval of the minutes from the October 16, 2023 council meeting, October 18, 2023 special called meeting workshop. Council, you have any questions?
I sent Jennifer an email, and I just want to clarify for the council the changes, and we can incorporate it into a motion if we want. But on the first page, the paragraph having to do with solar power purchase, I suggested that we strike third sentence from the bottom throughout to our counterparty and insert by our county party, just to clarify the verbiage. And then also the second line from the bottom of that same paragraph, replace the word of with as, so it reads financial execution capability as the initial one as opposed to of. And then on page 2, when there's 2 sections that make reference to this special closed meeting to discuss the Workforce Training Center, in both of those instances, it should reflect that Councilmember Bruno did not participate or attend the meeting due to a conflict, and she abstained from the vote. So I'm happy to put that into a motion. I didn't have any problems with the minutes other than those changes.
You want to put it into motion? Will you put it into motion?
I will make that motion that we approve them subject to those changes.
Go ahead and make the motion.
Mayor, I move that we approve the minutes as presented with those changes that I just noted. You have those okay, Jennifer?
You good? I need a second.
And a motion.
All in favor? 1, 2. Approved. Next item on the agenda is hearing from the applicant agent on all P and Z application requests.
Mayor, I think maybe do we need to do a motion for the other minutes too for the special meeting?
Oh.
I can make that too. I move that we approve
thank
the
you.
minutes from the special called council meeting October 18th as presented.
I'll second that.
Been made and seconded. All in favor? Okay, approved. Are we good, Jennifer? Okay. Sorry about that. Brian, I know you're ready to come up here. It's your turn. Here, recommendations from planning and zoning on a special use permit for a guest house at 801 Northeast Tiger Lane, property ID 16738, A46 Lomas, acres 0.48, property owners Lance Schreiner and Sarah Hickman. And then you'll have your second one, B, a replat combining two lots into one at 207 Sanger Center, Smithfield Town site, block 76, lot 3 and 4, property ID 20394, owner Ian and Ellen Strain Seymour. Okay, Brian Weeby.
Okay, thank you. The first application is for a guest house, special use permit. Want to note a couple of things first. The owners of the property have already moved this building on before they came to planning and zoning for the special use application. So we have an existing structure, without a special use permit. Also, because they did not go through the permitting process, the building was moved on without going through the permitting process. When it came to planning and zoning last month, the issues about whether this conforms with permitting and construction codes, et cetera, is really not before the planning and zoning. We just addressed the special use and the propriety for a special use for a guest house on a residential property. I think you're all familiar with the requirements for a guest house on a SF1 residential lot. One of the key things that was addressed with information from the city attorney was the restriction for use of a guest house for permanent residents. The applicant wants to use this for her mother, who has medical issues, and would be used for as long as it needed to be. The city attorney addressed that and said that when it's used for family members, that's not considered a permanent residential use. Once that issue was addressed for us by the the city attorney, we then looked at the rest of the issues involved. There were a number of people that signed up to speak to this. Let me back up just a moment. Guest house is an auxiliary building. The setbacks for an auxiliary building are 3 feet front, 3 feet in the back, side. The building meets those restrictions. The building is fairly tall. It's a single story, but we don't have in the zoning ordinances, there's not a restriction on the height of a single story building. Now, as I said, a number of people signed up to speak. 4 total, my recollection, 2 were against it. One just had some general questions that were answered through the process, and one who spoke in favor of it. The issues that were raised by neighbors, they are neighbors to this property, was how close it was to the back and the side. As I said, it does meet the setback requirements for an auxiliary building. But also there was concern from neighbors about the height of it, because they felt like there's a 6-foot fence there, but someone inside that building could see over the fence into the neighboring areas. So that was the nature of the objections to it. City council, planning and zoning voted. We had, it was not unanimous, it was 4 to recommend approving the special use permit to the city council, and 1 voted against.
If we were to approve this, are there any repercussions or costs to the applicant for not having followed proper process and moving it in before it's approved?
That's not a planning and zoning. It's not in planning and zoning jurisdiction. That would be something that would be taken up by the city or the city council for the fact of failure to get the proper permits and the special use permit.
I think Robert might.
Yeah, that's correct. There will be a 3x charge on whatever the building permit would be. It'll be multiplied by 3 for failure to pull the permit prior to bringing the building in onto the property. And then the special use permit is $75 should you choose to grant it.
Robert, the sequence for someone seeking this type of use would be presumably if they were either going to place a structure there that was prefabricated elsewhere or build a structure, would be to apply for the special use permit before they did that and then go and submit for the building approvals, the building permits. Would that be the normal sequence?
The normal sequence, you would want to check with the city prior to bringing anything in to make sure that it met.
Right, but if
all
you
those
didn't, it would
requirements.
just be on your dial, on your dime.
Correct.
So the point is that the sequence of this is if you assume that there's no structure there, which if you read uh, Ms. Pierce's email about her assessment of the building, and you assume that that building would not or never would be able to be in compliance, that's an assumption I'm making for this statement, then it still wouldn't be inappropriate to consider and vote on the appropriateness of a special use permit, then subject to whatever was permissible in terms of placing a building on or constructing one. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
And that is how we addressed it at planning and zoning, made the assumptions that if it had been in the normal sequencing, then we would just look whether or not this would have been appropriate for a special use permit in that zoning, in that neighborhood.
Or things that would there be a need for them to come back to either planning and zoning or council if they have a special use permit, or would it all be administratively handled through the city for permit?
If you approve the special use permit today, they have to get past all of the building issues that are tied to the property as it exists. They don't have to come back.
Right, it would all be handled administratively through the
Yes, sir.
city. Okay, thank you.
Reapply each year.
Yeah, yes, we stress that planning and zoning, it's for 1 year. You have to reapply each year. It's not a covenant that passes with the property, like a deed covenant or something like that. It is special use for that applicant for 1 year.
Oh, go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
was going to say, okay, so for the special use permit, it's $75 times 3. So no, explain the fees.
Okay, the special, there's an annual fee for a special use permit is $75, which has to be renewed.
Renewed.
That never conveys with the property, only variances convey, but in this case, special use permit, $75 per year. The 3X comes into the fact that there was not a building permit pulled prior to the structure being placed on the property.
Or would the city, I think Mr. Reed made reference to the fact that the zoning ordinance or building codes don't create any limitations on building height. And that seems to be the subject of one of the complaints is the view corridor from the building that's existing there now into the backyard of the neighbor.
Yes, that was a concern expressed by neighbors.
So is it your belief, Robert, that there are no height limits? Would there be any consideration or any ability to disapprove a building based on height?
The height restrictions in SF1 is 35 feet.
Okay. And that structure well below 35, even with the blocks. Yeah, I would imagine.
Yes.
Robert, has the applicant been in touch with you since to work through the
Yes.
process?
The next applicant is past week was a application to replat 2 lots into a single lot. If you look at in your packet, well, we'll start with this one. They are adjacent lots. One has a residential house on it. The second lot, which is the top lot there, has a garage or a separate building. What they're asking for is to make that a single lot. What they would like to do is to build, again, a guest house. The intent or what they're used for is not it's a matter to be considered, but it's not necessarily germane to the question about whether this would be appropriate to combine these 2 lots into one. If you look at there should be in the packet there, I think it's where you show who's within 200 feet of the property. the reason I wanted to go to that one is because you can see there that a number of the adjacent lots in that area are already double lots. So it would be consistent with other lots in the area. Planning and zoning voted unanimously to recommend to city council that to approve the replatting. Thank you.
Hannah, I have property that joins their property.
I don't know if they can hear you. You may have to pick the mic up. And then will you state your
Hello?
name and address again? please?
Hannah,
Thank you.
I'm against the manufactured house that they want to put on there because it's against the city code. You know, and city code says that if it hasn't been a manufactured home on the property in the past 6 months, you can't put a new one on in the city limits, regardless what the reason is. So that's the reason I'm against it. It's against the city code because there wasn't any manufactured homes on the property in the previous 6 months. It hadn't been that manufactured home, that lot, probably in 40 years, you know, so. And that's all. I'm just against it. I just don't, you know, think, you know, just to get city code. And so that's why I'm against it, regardless. Okay.
Ask him a question. Mr. Hannah,
I got a question for you.
back up.
So you're the neighbor. Did you see that home come into that property?
Yes, I did.
How long ago?
It was a few months ago, maybe 3 or 4 months, and it came in one morning and he had it set up in about 2 or 3 hours.
And it's on blocks
Yeah, on blocks.
and it's in the corner of that
In the
lot.
corner, my property adjoins it partly.
3 or
So,
4 months ago.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Next person.
Next, I have Kathy McNamara.
Hello. Here, yeah, okay, thank you. I just wanted to say I live right next door.
Would you state your name for the records and your address?
Kathy McNamara.
Thank you, Kathy.
Mhm. And I, right from the first time I saw the property, I thought it was really just fine, you know? It's a nice looking building. And Sarah had told me that she needed it for her mother, who's rather elderly. And I'm sure she didn't have any ideas of permits or what that entailed. But I do know that I'm perfectly fine with the property. Mhm. No, thank you.
Next, I have Frank McNamara.
My name is Frank McNamara. I live right next door. And I got no problem whatsoever with the house. It's a large lot. House is sitting back in a corner and it's quite pleasant. Again, my neighbor wants to move her elderly mother close by where the woman can have some independence and still be looked after. But otherwise, I see no problem. Like I say, I'm right next door. Okay.
Thank you. You have a question?
Clover Green.
Mr. Green? No, I'm sorry, what'd you say? What?
Hi, I'm Clover Green. And I think the space looks better with the little house there. I think it transforms sort of a big open green space into something a little more domestic. That's it.
And Stephanie McCurry.
I actually have some paperwork, like printouts that are like handouts, you know, from my father. As well. Oh, yeah. Yes, I would just need to hand y'all these packets. Uh-huh. Yeah, I will. All right, hello. I'm Stephanie McCurry. I'm here not only for myself, but on behalf of my father and my mother. I actually have a letter from my father that he wanted me to read to y'all. Where to find it? Here we go. It's from Stephen McCurry at 808 Credit Court. It says, I'm writing this due to the fact that I will be out of town and I will not make the meeting. My daughter will be there in my place. I hope you all had a chance to view the planning and zoning meeting from 10/3/23. I was surprised to know how the commission was trying to help Sarah Hickman. She's the owner of the house at 801 Northeast Tiger Lane. I was there to debate the zoning ordinances. She was there with a story, not facts. Ms. Hickman never got the permits or inspection and blames that on others. Some of those on the commission were trying to find a way around the zoning ordinances. At one point, one person on the board was trying to refer an accessory building and stated it only had to be 3 feet from your neighbor's property. I looked up the definition of what an accessory building was in the zoning ordinances, and it did not list a living quarters. It listed sheds, porches, garages, carports, cabanas, and awnings. Someone else on the commission said the structure only had to be 6 feet away. All this was coming from the zoning commission trying to find a loophole. Ms. Hickman was not talking about zoning. She wanted to talk about her mother's condition. She said she moved here because of the elderly care facility and the hospital nearby. She said her mother is 87 years old and has dementia, is on a walker and soon to be in a wheelchair. And it was her mother who wanted to be independent. This endangers the mother. You can't use a walker on steps or a ramp. She needs assistance with her daily needs. It's not a small house from those who are supposed to care for her. She's 120 feet away from her mother's, from house to house. Ms. Hickman said her mother had a life alert button, but those with dementia may forget what it's for. Or she could put a pot on the stove, forget about it, and start a fire, which brings in the fire department's ability to access in case of a fire or other needs. Many reasons for her mother needed to be in the main house in case anything else arises. With her mother's age and condition, she will soon be in an elderly care facility. Ms. Hickman then plans on it being a guest house for her kids or whomever. I find nothing in the zoning that allows such a house, even with an exemption for her mother's condition. The house is still out of code and encroaching on my property. This is the camel's nose sticking in the tent. If it is allowed, everyone can make excuses and have a second living space close to a property line. I hope the city council sees between the lines here, asking for forgiveness instead of permission, and he included some pictures. That was from my father. I also had a few statements. I'm sorry if I'm going a few minutes over, but I wanted to make some statements about when it comes to the house, because she did not get any permits or zoning. I want to know about water. electricity, utilities, sewage, how is that run if it is not set up through the city properly? Because that can cause, not only an environmental hazard, but a safety hazard for residents. She said it's 120 feet from her back door. It's 74 feet from our back door. So her mother's house is closer to our back door than her own. And basically, my father went over everything. My biggest thing was being so close to the fence line, as you can see in the pictures. To me, it's a big fire hazard, especially with someone with dementia. The number one cause of house fires is from the kitchen, leaving a stove on. Over 43% of fires in America are started that way. And an even higher number when it comes to someone with dementia. I understand Ms. Hickman, personal, she wants her mother close to her. But the thing is, we wouldn't have a problem with this building if it was done properly, because if it was done properly, it wouldn't be as close to our fence line. It would be closer to her home, giving us our privacy back. And because she didn't follow any of the rules or ordinances, there's a reason we have rules and these things in place. And if you allow one person to do it without doing it correctly, every other person that did it the right way is like a slap in the face to them. So basically, that's what I have to say. Me, my mother, and my father are all against it. We wish that it would be done properly and follow all the codes and regulations of the city. Thank you.
Have Monica Poss.
Hello, Monica Poss, 705 Hudgens Street, also on planning and zoning. And I'd like to talk to you just briefly about how planning and zoning chose to approach this issue, because we are getting way in the weeds on a whole lot of other things that are not relevant at the moment. So when this came before planning and zoning, the question was, should the applicant be granted a special use permit? We looked at it as if the building weren't there, would we have allowed a special use permit to bring it in? Whether it meets code was not an issue, nor is it an issue tonight for you. That is a determination of Robert and the city staff if this should get approved. Is it far enough away from the fence lines? Planning and zoning looked at the regulations and declared that it was far enough away from the fence line. Whether it's 120 feet from a door or 74 feet from a door is irrelevant when it is within the rules. So we as a city, we have planning and zoning and a city council have approved special use permits for houses, for guest houses, at least 3 times in the last 3 years. And they have all been for lots that are less than half the size of this one. So this lot is twice as large of any of the others you've already approved SUPs for. And that is really the only issue at hand tonight, is whether a special use permit for a guest house should be allowed at 801 Tiger Lane. Do y'all have any questions for me?
Said that Ms. Hickman would be here to answer any
Okay, I'm
questions.
sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, we have another one.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
are you signed up to speak? I did. In the public hearing, I just wondered if they had some other question. While we're in the public hearing. Sorry, I don't, okay, so. Oh, yes. We're going to start getting signs. Sorry. Come on up. I apologize.
Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. Oh, I'm Sarah Hickman, and I own the house with my husband Lance at 801 Northeast Tiger Drive. And I want to explain what has happened. So 2 years ago, my stepfather, Jim, suddenly passed away, and my mom was bereft and still is. The two of them had been married for 40 years, and after he died, my mom became very scared about being alone and wanted to come live with me and my husband. But at the time, we lived in Austin in a condo, so we started looking around, and we discovered Smithville. So our realtor, Derek Flom, found our home, and we fell in love with it, with the 300-year-old tree, the half acre of space, and the quiet, no traffic road. And at the time, I asked the realtor repeatedly if the place was zoned for a tiny house. And when he reassured me at least 5 times, we decided this is the place. We're going to move to Smithville. And then I was introduced to a local resident here named Chris with Tiny House, Texas, and he lives about 5 blocks from us. And he also reassured me we could move the house to our backyard as it was within the size limitations of a backyard dwelling for my mom. So my mom purchased the house from Chris because it was what she could afford, and also paid to have it moved to her backyard. My mom's wish is to live here with us, which is why she purchased the house. The fact that there is a hospital and a brand new assisted living place 2 minutes away was also a reassuring and major factor in why Lance and I and my mom felt Smithville was an excellent choice for us to live here. We love this town's vibe. We love the beauty of the trees and the artistic, caring community. We love our neighbors, Kathy and Seamus, and JC and Colton. And lastly, I have retired from my life as a musician, and I'm opening a shop which we purchased on Main Street this spring. And my mom wants to sit in a rocking chair and greet people as they come in. My husband and I will be my mom's caregivers. I have retired from my job as a musician, and we will be her caregivers. And this building will only be used by my mom as her living quarters. She will be approximately 120 feet from my bedroom door, and that brings her a huge sense of relief. As I said to Planning and Zoning, this building will never be used for any other reason than my mom. Her hope is that when she passes on, she hopes it would be a place for my daughters to stay as family guests when they come from out of state. It will absolutely never be rented. Lastly, I wish my neighbor, who I had never met till the Planning and Zoning Committee, had come and talked to us, because I'm a very easygoing person, and it really was upsetting to hear how angry he was at Planning and Zoning. So I am going to buy these giant bushes to put on the inside of our fence in front of both windows so as to reassure him nobody can see over into his yard. And I just want to say again that I apologize that I didn't understand I needed zoning and city permits. I've since learned from zoning and planning that I should have come right away and asked. I went on the faith of 2 professionals that helped me purchase not only my home, but the dwelling, thinking that I had done everything correctly. I've paid $600 in a fine already, and I'm happy to pay whatever I need to do. And I want to apologize profusely. And this is my first time to ever have a parent come live with me. I didn't know all I'm learning as I go, and I'm very sorry. So I thank Planning and Zoning for passing it, that we could have the home because it met all the requirements. And again, I'll pay whatever penalties I need to, and I apologize. So thank you very much for your time and consideration on behalf of my mom and us. Thank you.
I'm going to take this opportunity to clear a couple of things up, if you allow me, Council and Mayor. Let's start at the definition of a guest house. How did we get this here? Per our ordinance, we're permitted a guest house shall be located within a detached accessory building. That's how accessory buildings got into play. Accessory buildings have to be 3 foot side and rear yard setback. It met that requirement. Another thing I wanted to clear up is this is not a manufactured home. That is governed by HUD. nor is it a modular home, which is governed by TDLR. This is basically a portable building that's been converted into a living space. It will be upon the responsibility of the owner and or the manufacturer to validate that this building complies to code. If you do choose to approve the special use permit, that's when we can get into the facility and use our code enforcement to validate or verify that it is a code-worthy structure. Okay. So that's where we are today. Can I answer any additional questions?
Deemed not to be a code-worthy structure, then what are the potential outcomes of that?
They would have to make it a code-worthy structure to comply with the special use to allow it to be there.
Or if they don't?
Then you revoke the special use. I mean, it really, the special use, I'm sorry, let me back up. It has to be code-worthy, otherwise you can't use it for that purpose. Okay.
So they either have to move it or pay fines?
They would have to bring it up to code or remove it.
I think it's, I mean, I don't want to reiterate what Robert said too much, but I think it's really important. While this issue has some emotion attached to it, to me, it's a pretty straightforward issue. There's two separate issues that are really not related. One is a code compliance or building code violation, and there are remedies totally assigned to that particular part of the city. And there's a special use permit. And as we talked about earlier, it would be natural for the sequence for someone to go and apply for a special use permit before they actually had a structure. So to me, this is just, we're only being asked to determine whether or not it's appropriate to grant a special use permit. We are not here to make any determinations whatsoever about the livability, habitability, legality of the structure that exists there today. My suspicion is that based on what Ms. Pierce has told us, it does not currently comply, and there would be a substantial amount of documentation required in order to convince the city it complies. But I suspect if it does, the city will take the appropriate action to that. And if it doesn't, to Council Member Jameson's comment, there's remedies for that too. It would not be able to be issued a certificate of occupancy, so the special use permit would be irrelevant if you couldn't occupy the building. Correct?
That was the only thing I was gonna state. It would not necessarily have to be removed. It would simply be an accessory building that you can store your lawnmower in.
Speak, okay, so then. You have a phone booth on? Okay, I'm just hearing things. Going into public hearing, and so I'm gonna adjourn the public. So we're at number 13, discussion and action from council on the special use permit for a guest house at 801 Northeast Tiger Lane, property ID. Right? 16738, 846 Lomas L, acreage 0.48, property owners Lance Schreiner and Sarah Hickman.
You want a motion, Mayor? Would you like a motion?
Motion, yes.
Okay. I make a motion that we approve a special use permit for a guest house at 801 Northeast Tiger Lane, property ID 16738 A46 Lomas L acres, 0.48, property owners Lance Schreiber and Sarah Hickman.
Second.
It's been made in second, all in favor. Motion passes. A replat combining two lots into one at 207 Sanger Center, Smithfield Town Site, Block 6, Lot 3 and 4, property ID 20394, owner Ian and Ellen Strain Seymour.
Madam Mayor, may I make a motion? Go ahead and approve the replat, combining the two lots into one at 207 San Jacinto, Smithville Town Site, Block 76, Lot 3 and 4, property ID 20394, owner Ian and Ellen Strain Seymour.
I'll second it.
Favor. Of the sidewalks. No.
15. There were 15. You are right. Just
Oh, my
add,
numbers
add
are off.
one.
Sorry. Discussion and possible action on obstruction of the sidewalks in the downtown business district.
All right, Council and Mayor, Jennifer, you have that presentation up for me?
I lost the number.
All right, this particular agenda item is addressing concerns that citizens had regarding stuff on the sidewalk in our downtown business area. Chapter 3 of our building regulations, Article 3.08009, occupation of sidewalks by merchants. This is what it states. Nothing in this article shall be construed as to prevent any merchant from occupying not more than 1/2 of any sidewalk in receiving and forwarding goods, wares, and merchandise, provided the sidewalk shall be cleared as of the merchant's closing time. Permits may be approved for a longer period of time in case of special sidewalk sales, special occasions, or situations if approved by the city manager. The city council shall maintain the power to review and amend any permits issued. So that is the text of the ordinance that is going to lead this discussion. I provided some photos of various establishments that are currently in violation of this ordinance. So the challenge here is what changes to the current ordinance, if any, are required to promote commerce, ensure safety, reduce clutter, and comply with ADA compliance. I will state that during COVID, next slide, we did allow memorandums of understanding to develop what we called pocket patios to allow a safe space for people to eat outdoors. All of those memorandums of understanding, you see an example on the right-hand side, have expired. There have been no other such memorandums of understanding issued or are current. So this is where we are, which will lead to discussion. Next slide. So the things we have to consider, what is going to be allowed? Decorations, plants, planters, tables, chairs, benches, sandwich boards or signage, and of course the goods, wares, and merchandise. So that's going to lead the discussion that we're about to have. I know there's probably citizens' comments. Do you have any questions of me currently?
Just to clarify, Robert, at close of business, any of those things, even though they are allowed, have to be taken back in.
That's the way the ordinance specifies at the moment. So got some things to consider. Citizen comments?
Follow up on what Councilmember Jameson said. These special MOUs you did, they did not contemplate those chairs and tables and picnic tables being taken in the evening, correct?
They did not. That was what the
Right. That's what the MOU specified, is
Correct.
that they were permitted. So the current ordinance does require that for those, to me, forwarding and receiving goods and wares, to me, is another way of saying loading and unloading. That's just my interpretation. Forwarding and receiving wouldn't be putting stuff on the sidewalk in order to market it for sale during the day. It's for people to load and unload. That's the way I read that. I'm not saying that's a legal interpretation, but that's certainly the way I would read it. I don't know if you have any insight on that, if that's the way you would interpret it.
That's what I would do for receiving and shipping out goods, but the ordinance allows you to put your wares out and then you just have to take it in at your closing time. It's not 5 o'clock, it's whatever time the establishment closes.
Well,
Per the ordinance.
It says in the ordinance, if I'm reading this right, it says receiving and forwarding goods and wares. And that was my point, is does receiving and forwarding constitute leaving them sitting stationary on the sidewalk during the day? I would say it does not in my interpretation. I would not, I mean, being an attorney would have to do that. But to me, the practical matter is, we heard a presentation earlier by Lori Vincent. We've talked about the need to have better aesthetics downtown. I think there's general consensus that some of those conditions are unsightly and don't contribute to a positive aesthetic of Main Street. I think the tables and chairs are probably viewed differently.
They're not for sale. The tables and chairs that are there are not for sale. Is that
That's correct. And again,
This could be displayed.
we've got to go back to the interpretation of the ordinance and what's pragmatic and makes sense. So we may have to modify that to clarify that statement, make the difference.
Do you have anything to add? Okay, we have somebody signed up to speak.
Yes, I have Vicky Green at first.
Will you state your name and where you live, please?
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Vicky Green. I actually live here in Smithville at 501 Garwood, but I have a business at 214 Main Street. I actually own the building and have the business there with my partner Felice. So I'm kind of here to speak on both of our behalves. She won't get in front of people, so I have to do it. Okay. Thank you. So you know, I actually moved here in 2005, so I've been here for a while. We've owned several businesses in town since 2010, and right now we just have the one located on Main Street. I know that, you know, the topic of, you know, stuff being on the sidewalks has come up for sad reasons, but it did. And I had two thoughts at the time when that came up. One was, why do I pay property tax for the sidewalk? Number two, the sidewalks are dangerous and they need to, you know, something needs to be done for safety reasons. So part of the things that I do for safety reasons is we put things along the street side because the step there is only 5 or 6 inches wide. So stepping up and down is dangerous. I've fallen several times. The other thing is a lot of that concrete is crumbling, so it's falling off the sides. So that's a few of the things we put on the curb side just to keep people from stepping up on the curb. The other thing we do is we have what we call our porch area, which is on the business building side. We have a bench, a couple of rockers, plants, kind of make it aesthetically pleasing so that we have a place for customers to sit, rest, relax, and just visit. And we have people use them all the time. So those are the couple of things that I really wanted to throw out there. The other thing is I also thought, what do other small towns do? What are the vibes around about other, you know, small towns in Texas? And what I found when I scoured the internet was a lot of the same conversations, that you have to have displays of some sort outside so people know you're open, number one. And number two, that kind of gets people into the stores to know that they're there, they're open, and increases sales tax revenue. You know, it all kind of goes hand in hand. You know, scratch our back, we scratch the city's back. So it kind of goes together. And the other thing is when there's not stuff out there, the buildings look closed. And there's, you know, several examples of that. You can cite empty buildings with nothing out front, and it just makes it uninviting for people to come downtown. So the other thing too I wanted to throw out is my business partner, Felice, her daughter is wheelchair bound. And we are very cognizant about ADA. That is a high priority to us, always has been. And we use her as an example for what we should do to allow access. So we know that we really need to do that. So in closing, I would just like to ask that the council, I'd encourage you to relook at this ordinance and come up with something that's viable for both citizens and businesses. Thank you. Any questions?
Next, I have Mark Richter.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Richter. Mark Richter. I live at 601 Hudgens here in Smithville, but also own the building right across from City Hall here, 312. And looks like have a picture of mine, and just basically want to say is give y'all some thoughts or something. I normally try to put out, like right now, I have pumpkins out for Halloween and into Thanksgiving. I normally would put something, decorations out for Christmas to try to make the city look nice and the kids and inviting. Obviously, based upon what Robert said, like sounds like I can't have those, so that wouldn't be something I would be taking in and out. So basically, I wouldn't do that in the future if we applied that. Currently have some flowers out that I always change out, how to make them look nice. Most businesses, the bank down the street and several others. I couldn't really bring those in and out. They're very heavy. So again, if y'all decide to go ahead and, I guess apply what the ordinance currently is, I just wouldn't have flowers outside. And I would imagine most businesses would also abide by that. I don't think the garden club yuccas, because that's, unless you would determine that that's part of the sidewalk or something. So anyways, give y'all something to think about as far as, flowers. And I guess that's a discussion of what, some people consider, makes the city look better, or other things look worse. I think y'all did mention, it was kind of interesting hearing the economic person talk, because they did say having downtown activity looking. So I think that's what we're kind of talking about, that making references to having at least something out there, at least flowers at a minimum, and some other things, decorations for, the different seasons that we have. And then my last thought of hearing the person talk about recycling and everything, actually, one of the things at antiques stores and collectibles, one of the reasons why we're in, that business is to actually go ahead and have stuff not go to the landfill and recycle and resell and redo. And that's what a lot of people that come into the shops and everything else look to do or something. So it kind of all works together to some degree or something. So anyway, thank y'all very much. Absolutely.
Michelle Nelson.
I have to pick this up because I'm talking. Michelle Nelson. I'm at 119 Main Street and 213 Main Street. I have two businesses here in town. I support this town. I love this town. I don't live here. I live in Bastrop, but I wish I could if I could. I want to thank you for letting me speak today. I own Bella's Cottage Antiques and Texas Trails Antiques and Marketplace. And they're the two huge anchor stores in town. I have had Bella's for 11 years. I'm the oldest main retail business on Main Street right now. And we have thrived in this store. I have and support both of my stores as antique malls. And I have 22 women, small business women in these stores. So even though it's just not two, there is 24 businesses within my two stores. And we are a very tight-knit group who all pay their sales tax, which comes back to your city. So with that, we're the only store open 7 days a week. We support this town completely. And with that, we support the antique business. And I know several of you have come into my store and bought and support your business. So with that, when it comes right up to the impact for my stores, I know you talk about merchandise. Well, yes, I do have merchandise, and I've had merchandise outside of Bella's for 10 years without one complaint. about the display and what's been sold, it would be a huge financial impact for my businesses to take those things out. We all know what Round Top is. When Round Top comes around, I sell a ton of stuff off my sidewalk and in the front. And so do all of my dealers. But without having things in the front, we're going to look like a ghost town. And we need to have that we're an active, busy town. I have so many customers that come in and say, hey, I came into your store because I saw that iron gate out there. I saw that door because I have a period house here in town that I need a door. I also support the people who want to sell me doors from here so it doesn't go in the landfill and to help pay their electric bill at the end of the month. So I support this town completely in what I do. And to make sure that we also support the artist community. All the iron I sell out there is sold to your artist who does iron work. Hannibal's brother is one of them. Hannibal comes and buys my iron and gives it to his brother to support his artist initiatives that he does. So when we have what we are trying to do, I think there's a win-win solution of what we can do. Never have I ever had a violation. I'm always out early in the morning when we've had winds the night before. I'm out there at 6 in the morning. What blew over? Did something blow over? Making sure I clear it. You can even ask your violator who kind of talks about things, and she'll call me and say, Michelle, I saw a door. I said, I already took care of it because I was out here early. So we do monitor. I have full liability insurance on my buildings. Anybody gets hurt, I pay for it. I can pay for it. I've never had anybody ever file a charge against me. We believe that there is a win-win solution here. As Vicki did support, when we talk about the holes in the sidewalk, we put plants there so nobody will trip. Same in front of my building. If you'd like to see the pictures, I have my camera phone. I can show you the cracks that are in my sidewalk. I also put things on the side of the street because I cannot afford I had somebody fall and totally bend their finger back to a 90-degree angle, and they had to go to the hospital. Okay, so we are there to try to work on safety for our customers because we want them back. We want them to think our town is a place to come to. We also, if you look at the stop sign, and I know the basis of this complaint because it all stems from the person who came into my store, who broke something in my store and did not want to pay for it. Her father came with his wheelchair and he was going to try to come down the sidewalk. But the reason why he couldn't that day, because it was Wingfest, and the stop sign that is in the middle of the sidewalk that you've now moved because of this complaint is in the right location. But people back into that stop sign and they bent that stop sign where nobody could come through because we do not have the cement barriers on 2nd Street that would block people from doing that. But I have an offer solution because I've talked to Robert a little bit about this of what we can do. My solution would be either put up the cement blockers, but if that causes the street to be too thin, then why don't we try parallel parking? Why don't we try doing the 33% angle of the painting of the parking lot in order for one tire to hit the sidewalk and not two? Because when people back up, especially trucks, when they try to back in, 4 feet of their back comes over the sidewalk, which when you have things on the sidewalk, nobody can get down. It doesn't matter because it's the cars are backed over the sidewalk because there's no barriers to stop them. We can also look at parking on one side of the street instead of on both sides of the street. We all know from 2nd Street and Main forward, it's now a one-way. If we need to make everything a one-way, because it's a busy part of town. We're busy. We have a lot of customers that come. And for those of you who know, I love Smithville. I don't live here. I live in Bastrop. I drive here every day, take care of my businesses. And if you don't know personally how committed I am to this town, every Saturday morning, I put out signs on the highway to get people in here. Every morning, every Saturday morning, those pink signs you see out on the highway, my husband and I sacrifice our safety to go out there and put those signs up so we can draw people to our town. We also, I don't know if you know, for the last 12 years for Christmas, guess who puts up all the garland? My husband and I do that. So that the Festival of Lights would be special to our whole town. And also, in the first 2 years I was here, we thought to draw people here, put up lights, Christmas lights across Main Street. Well, guess what? I paid for those. I paid $2,000 to have those lights put up. And look where we are today. The lights now today are up and it's a main attraction for people to say, hey, let me go downtown at night and spend some money in some of our clubs. So this is the areas of what we do and what we do. And we support the movie district. And you might think that my store is trashy looking, but Round Top people love it. The movie people love it. My store has been used in every movie that's been here, and I've been paid for every movie that we have had to use it as a prop. So with that, I think there's a lot that we can do in order to come to a compromise so that we can have things on the sidewalk. You can look at the pictures. On all those pictures, nothing is obstructing. And even when I was preparing for this meeting, I looked at the bench that we have all up and down. None of my stuff is any wider than that bench. And I put a bench out in front of my store so people can sit down and enjoy it and everything else but what we need to do. So if you think the stuff is junk, I'm sorry, you're not an antiquer. This is who we are and this is what we do. But I do have people that buy that stuff. I do have people that invest in it and they draw to our store because of that issue of what they want to see. So with that, I thank you very much for listening. And there's plenty of room, I think, we have for people that have disabilities. And why this all came up was as a result of a father who was protecting his daughter for not wanting to pay for something she broke in my store. It's unfortunate this happened, but if you read her Facebook page, which I think Robert did read the Facebook page, if you read that Facebook page, she actually said she was going to bring my store down. So with that, that's what I'm speaking to. Thank you.
That's all for this item. Yeah. Mhm.
No. I want to thank those vendors that came up. I love junk. I love junk. In fact, when I go into Taylor, Texas and see all the antiques on, that is what attracts me to go into those stores, is some of those antiques. Now, some people don't, but I know that there's a few things tonight that we got to talk about, as we have some options to enforce the ordinance as written or modify the ordinance. And one of the things I will say is that those stores are always open. I go to those stores. I go to those stores like the day before Christmas. Those stores are the ones that are open. You can buy Christmas stuff, last minute Christmas stuff. And I believe, you're really supporting our city. So, and as far as the decorations and planters, there's something when Mark opened his business on Main Street, that was one of the first things Mark did. He actually went and bought the plants and he actually put them in the pots and he put them down all the way to First National Bank. And it really started to look really nice. And I've been in coming through Smithville for about 35 years. And I'll never forget coming through Smithville the first time and seeing some of the antique stores. Of course, I got excited. Gindler's was here at the time. And I'll never forget coming through on Main Street and saying, this is a really cool little town. I'm going to move here one day. And here I am. But I have to tell you, Mark, you did a great job and you tried to motivate other people to do it. And you really started making the Main Street look really nice. And so I just want to thank you for taking that initiative. You didn't have to do that. And I remember when Michelle, and down in her shop, because she does have so many people coming in and out of there from Round Top and Warrington, buying things. And when I see something cool on the sidewalk, I'm probably one of the first ones that comes down either at Bella's or at the other place. And so my opinion is if things are, tidy and they're not, out of hand and they're in compliance with ADA, personally, I don't have a problem with it. And I think it does liven up the town to know that the businesses are there and that they're open. And so maybe one of the things that we'll do is if we have to do MOUs again for the chairs and the tables, because I can't even imagine what it would take if you have to bring that stuff in and out every night. So I just want to give you, that's my opinion. And I know we're going to be voting on this tonight.
I'm just going to put my general thoughts out there without any type of recommendation. It's just the observation. And first of all, I want to say that this issue is bigger than any individual complaint that may have come out on social media. This has been something that needed to be addressed one way or another. It certainly had no influence on me. Matter of fact, I think I heard about the incident or was directed to it on social media after this came up. This seems to be a popular theme tonight, and we're being asked whether or not we're going to enforce laws. And we have ordinances and they are laws. And the question has been, this is the second or third time tonight, is if we have them, why don't we enforce them? There's a difference between decorations for aesthetic purposes and merchandising and using the sidewalk for inventory storage. There's certainly a need for the sidewalk repairs to be completed, and that's a city issue, and that needs to be addressed. I'm putting those thoughts out for us to, as we consider whether or not we're going to enforce the ordinance as written or make modifications, and I'm certainly open to either one of those positions for my colleagues. I just wanted to put my thoughts out there first.
I have a couple questions. First, there was a statement made that by somebody that they pay property taxes on the sidewalks. Is that a true statement?
Property taxes are attached to the building. You don't know.
Only,
money.
yeah. So the
Yeah.
statement that I pay taxes on the sidewalks is not true. That's public property, correct?
It is public property.
Okay.
Yes.
Just to clarify, I would agree with Councilmember Jameson. To me, the sidewalks throughout the city are public spaces. They're public property. The city has an obligation and responsibility to repair and or maintain those safely. We talked a few months ago about a focus on grass growing between cracks and trying to do a better job maintaining particularly our Main Street sidewalks. And I think that's a worthy pursuit. I would echo also what Councilmember Jameson said about ordinances. We talked briefly before the meeting about, if a law is good enough to go on the books, it's good enough to enforce. And if it's not good enough to enforce, it shouldn't be on the books. So we should talk about whether that's the case. And I'm not necessarily suggesting that there aren't pros and cons to this issue. There certainly are. My grandsons, I take them in to buy Hot Wheels all the time at that store, and you know that. I mean, Breck and Callum have owned more Hot Wheel trucks from that place than anybody in town. So there is value there, but I think we have to strike a balance. I also know from having conversations with other businesses downtown that aren't here to speak, there is concern about the aesthetics of the sidewalk, not just the safety. And I too was, concerned about this issue long before the incident that occurred. In fact, Robert and I have had conversations dating back, actually many months about, what are we going to do and when are we going to, have an opportunity to talk about this. I don't know what everybody else's feeling is about action. I would love to see us direct the city manager to enforce the ordinances today, but also to contemplate what has been presented tonight and come back to the council with some recommendations for how to modify based on us no longer being in COVID and those MOUs being expired. But I do think we have to enforce, and maybe we don't have to do it before you're able to come back, because I think we would contemplate a grace period, but that would be my preference.
I'm in agreement that we need to enforce our ordinances. I do think that maybe we can break this down into two different parts: things that are for sale and things that are not for sale, that are out there for decoration, signage, as Robert has put here. I think that's how we need to kind of move that into two areas. I don't want to hinder anybody's business. I want everybody to be profitable and to make a living. There are just some things that we're going to have to do. I do agree with them that we're going to have to address the sidewalks. Okay, we can make that happen. But I'm with Tom. I think we back to see if we need to go back with MOUs, if we need to change the ordinance, and get a recommendation from Robert about what he thinks is the best way to kind of move this forward in an area that it works for everyone.
Okay, I do think we oftentimes, find some safe harbor in telling the city manager to go back and come up with solutions and come back to us without us necessarily giving direction. So I'm going to throw a couple of things out. I think Councilmember Jenkins made a great point, which is I think a logical place to start is to draw distinctions between tables and chairs I think above all, we have to comply with with a reasonable determination of what is safe and unsafe on the sidewalks. And we certainly have to comply with all laws and regulations, ADA and otherwise, relative to those public spaces. So that to me, obviously is a non-starter. But after that, I think it does make a lot of sense to segregate the items that might be in that right of way into those that might be impractical to remove every day, but also that are tables and chairs that are used to, for restaurants. And the other thing to just think about, Robert, is taking square footage of buildings and apply some sort of ratio and come up with some formula that is a small ratio of square footage, floor to area approach, where there's a certain amount of square footage on the sidewalk based on a ratio with the building size that they can use, and that has to be located in an area and presented in a way that is approved by the city manager. That might be an approach to where we can still meet the needs of having some product out on the streets for people to see or out on the sidewalk, but not have it run all the way down the length of the building on both sides in order to entice people. So that might be something to think about.
So I would agree that the sidewalks, if we look at the sidewalks first, I mean, if these business owners are putting stuff up along the curb, that might be the first focus is let's look at those sidewalks, which we all have said. And maybe that square footage thing is a good idea, Tom. Being able to decide how much should be out there. But my opinion is we shouldn't limit these business owners from trying to sell their wares and having their wares be shown on the outside of the building.
Exceptions for, a few weeks around the holiday season or things like that, where you allow them to display a little bit more of their area during the holidays or something. I mean, I think there's a lot of creative ways to find a balance that I hope everybody on both sides recognizes that there are legitimate arguments on both sides of this. Is we want to maintain some aesthetics and obviously some safety, but we also want to promote economic development and not penalize those people who make their living that way.
Without asking all of the business owners who spoke to come back up, maybe one or two of you, and I'm curious as to the inventory that you do leave outside overnight. Do you have any theft? I'm sorry, I asked the question. You're going to have to come up here to respond or it's not going to get recorded.
I've been here, like I told you, Bella's has been here for 11 years. I only had one thing taken off of the sidewalk because one of my dealers put it close to the sidewalk. And the person that was found who stole it went to jail for something else. So we have never, ever had anything stolen off of our sidewalks. Our community is so tight because I buy things from your people here in town that need money to pay their bills. And we support each other. They look out for me. I look out for them. I buy things that I can buy and resell so they can have extra money in order to pay their bills. I have several people that I support, but I have never had anything stolen. And as a matter of fact, and I'm not saying it's not going to happen, because I do have people from California who've moved here and said, I can't believe you put stuff on your sidewalk, because even during the day, it would be stolen. So we are a tight community that supports each other. We support each other all the way around, and I get to benefit from it because I have people that come to our town and find the cool stuff on the sidewalk, and everything. When you look at my side, because y'all are all talking about my building, I know you are, but everything is organized. I have all my iron gates together. I have all my doors together. I have all my windows together. And that's how it works.
How many times does it turn?
Oh, I turn it a lot. Matter of fact, I have people who are renovating their houses. They said, Michelle, will you please take our doors because we don't need them, but we don't want to throw them in the landfill. I take them out there and within a week they're sold.
But essentially you are using the outdoors for inventory storage.
Not inventory storage, for resale. It's not a storage. I have,
could it be taken inside?
Absolutely not. You see me walking, I'm 60 years old. I can't pull all my stuff inside. I bought a warehouse behind your mom's that I have for storage.
A little bit of a play. I mean, it's not for storage per se, but it's certainly display space. You're displaying your inventory to be sold.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it's architecture stuff that you don't put in a
I
store.
understand, but a car dealership has big things that aren't conducive to be stored inside, but you don't put them out on the sidewalk to sell and not pay rent on the space. So I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm just suggesting that that space is public space and you're using it for rent-free space for your products, correct?
Yeah, but if you look at what space I do, and I have pictures on my phone, and you have my pictures up there, I am not more than a foot or two max away from my building.
But it's not your property, right?
No, it's not
Okay.
my property, it's sidewalk.
Well,
But
I don't
but
know if it was you or someone else that made the statement earlier. It
No,
may have
I
been
own,
you that-
I
okay,
own, I own,
about the
I own
property
my
tax.
building. if
Yeah,
That's
of
what you're
course, of
asking.
course,
Yeah,
of
I own my
course.
building and I rent the other one.
But all of the sidewalks are city public property.
Correct. And we do keep them ADA compliant
Oh.
in order for us to not have any accidents at all.
But is it your responsibility to keep public sidewalks ADA compliant?
Yeah, I do it every day. I do it. I do it.
Is it your responsibility to do that?
Well, it may not be mine if it's the city's responsibility, but I take the responsibility because I actually do go out and police my every day. And when we have winds, high winds, rain, I'm out there every morning to make sure nothing blew away.
Okay, thank you.
I have a couple of comments I'd like to respond to Councilmember Etheridge and the path going forward. I want to reiterate that the reason this thing came up, I think this ordinance is outdated. It needs to be updated. And, you know, I led off with this presentation. The council must decide with collaborative citizen and business owner input, what changes to the current ordinance are required to promote commerce, ensure safety, reduce clutter, and comply with ADA. To the ADA point regarding the sidewalks, we are 4 months away, 4 to 6 months away from redoing every corner on Main Street for ADA compliance. The spaces in between, you know, time and money, it's going to take some time, but I would like to ensure, see that the business owners, merchants, help us police that area with whatever this is going to end up looking like with respect to the ordinance. Got to keep it clear for ADA compliance for those who are handicapped or need wheelchair access. I don't mind doing a percent model. I can take a look at some what other communities are doing with respect to that. Bigger the building, more space you have. I'm not saying that's where I'm going. I'm going to go look at that. But I do think this ordinance is not where it needs to be. And that's
I mean,
why
we
we're
definitely
having
have
this
to look at
conversation.
the MOUs and I do want to stress, I do think there's a happy median here, but we have to make sure that it's safe and we also have to make sure that it meets some aesthetic, you know, standards as well. We need to make sure that it's conducive to economic development. It is economic development in and of itself. That's already been demonstrated, but we need to find a better ordinance, I think, than what's there today.
For the record, I am not a fan of MOUs. That's more paperwork, more bureaucracy. Fix the ordinance where it's pragmatic and makes sense. That's where my focus is going to be.
We can make a motion, Madam Mayor, that Robert come back. I maybe look at some of the other small town ordinances that do the same thing, that have antique stores in their villages and they display their stuff outside. And I think we do need to modify the ordinance, and that'd be something that I'd like to see us come back and look at.
Fair enough.
Saying we're not going to enforce the ordinance as written right now. I'm asking council.
We're gonna, well, I want to see us
Because that
maybe,
is a passion of that decision. I just,
yeah, look at this ordinance right now and figure out a better, how old is this ordinance? 19 what?
1980.
Yeah,
Ish.
so let's review this ordinance and come up with the better alternative, talking to the business owners, collaborating, working together, modify this particular ordinances that's 20 some years old.
Robert, how long do you think it would take for you to come back with just a recommendation?
I can tentatively put it on the December agenda, most likely January.
So I would
Let's do
suggest that
January.
we don't do any enforcement other than ADA until the city manager has a way to come back. That would be That's the right thing to do, I think. Would you amend your motion to include that?
I'll amend my motion, my motion.
May I
my
ask Ms.
motion.
Pierce a question real quick?
Is it? Amend your motion.
Who's gonna be? I know we got a long ways to go too. I just want to look at, in terms of the enforcement right now, and Lisa, I don't know if you can speak to that. If we go out right now, we enforce it as written. I just want to make.
Know that everybody that has an MOU is not because they've expired, as according to Robert. So
Yeah, everything is expired, so everyone's not compliant.
your motion is to direct the city manager to come back in December or January.
Come back in December, January, Robert, please, with the modified ordinance. Right now, we're focused on ADA compliance
You got it.
and not enforce the ordinance until then.
I'll second that motion.
All right, so we have a new motion, Jimmy second, all in favor, 1, 2. Okay, do you have it, Jennifer? Okay,
Do we need a file, bro?
you ain't gonna get it.
Okay, I'm good.
We're not gonna get it because we'll never get out of here. Discussion action on cultural district projects budgeted for 2023 and 2024. Come on down, Jill.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Robert, everybody. I'll let everybody clear out a little bit, but before you all go, I did want to introduce our new community engagement coordinator, Jose Rivera. He's been here a week and he's fantastic, and you'll all be seeing more of him. So thank you all very much for coming, and we'll.
Anytime you want, every day. I live 304 Pine Canyon Valley, and come visit. I'll cook for you. My office is right here. I'm here by 8 or a little earlier, and I get out whenever Jill lets me out. So you're free to come. I will love to listen to you and learn about you, and then become a voice for all of you. And so if you give me the chance, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you all very much. Okay, the cultural district. We've kind of gone over some of these previously. We're coming back now with some recommendations. We are looking at 3 different categories of the cultural district projects. Thank you very much for allocating the $10,000 from the budget to be able to provide for cultural district projects. We're very happy about being able to promote cultural district and to work with our artists locally and things like that. And that makes a big difference for the community. And we're able to leverage that money with other kinds of funding that comes in through grants or for sponsorships and so forth. So we're very thankful, grateful that you all provided that money in the budget. There's 3 different categories: the longstanding cultural district projects, which include things like the youth banner program, the historic Smithville coloring books, the wayfinding signs on Main Street, music in the park from the Chamber of Commerce, and then the Music Fest sponsorship. So those are kind of also the sculpture on Main, but with the sidewalks going in, we're postponing doing anything about that this year. So that's not included in the request. We are requesting $3,000 for those cultural district longstanding programs. It's showing up here on and that would be primarily, most of those we do have sponsorship match for, but we will run that through this office to be able to make sure that, and with our partners to be able to make sure that all those things continue. The couple of things that we're asking for funding for would be to be able to update those wayfinding signs on Main Street, the music in the park, which will be split basically 50-50 with the chamber, and then the Music Fest sponsorship, and that adds up to $3,000. We're also looking at the Texas Commission on the Arts grant program. There's 3 calls for projects that come out every year. One will be in January 15. Then the next upcoming ones will hit next fiscal year. And so that'll be June and July of 2024, which any match or any kind of funding that will have, that's a 50-50 grant program. So they would give us if assuming they award us the project, we would get 50% of the project cost from the grant, and we would have to bring up the 50% of the rest of it through a match. This past year, we were able to get funding from the Texas Commission on the Arts for Dickens on Main program, and also for the postcard mural that's going to go over at Riverbend Park. So those projects are in the works that we'll be getting the sponsorships for that. Lori Huffman has already gotten a lot of the sponsorship funding. We're still just working out kind of paperwork and things like that to make all that stuff all happen. So that's as an update. Those couple of things are going on with that. And then the $7,000 would be for the Call for Artists project. So let me come back around to the TCA in a minute. If you go ahead and scroll down. Go ahead, yeah. So this one here shows you the requests that were made. So you can see that we have basically $7,000. If assuming that you will allow the 3,000 in the longstanding projects, we have $7,000 left. And what was requested out of the fund was $32,183 with a proposed match of $6,413. And what we had proposed, what the artists were requested to do was to provide a no less than 10% match of their projects when they provided their proposals. So you can see what the request was, what the proposed match was, and then what the project cost was. And this was a call to artists that went out to our community of artists. You can see we had 9 people that submitted for proposals. So this gives you all of that information. If you scroll down to the next table, you can see where this is what you can see where we kind of landed with that $7,000, how we landed in our selection criteria. So if in your packet, you'll see that what the applications showed was that the artists knew that they would be selected based on those criteria. These community votes would go into one section of that criteria, which is basically the community support for the project. So you can see we had a meeting a week ago. And so we had the people who attended the meeting provided their kind of yellow sticky note votes on all of those projects. And then also we put that out on SurveyMonkey, and we got almost 150 people that voted altogether. So you can see where the number of community votes, every person had 5 votes that they could put either all on one, or 1 per 5, or any combination of whatever they wanted to do. And so that can kind of shows you where things are. What we were looking at is basically when we did the selection criteria, we basically had the rank order of the same top 4 that were the same top 4 that the community votes came in on. And so that's why we, as the Cultural District Committee, which is myself, Judy Bergeron, and Jessica Rees. I don't think Jessica's here right now, but Jessica is the Lost Pines Artisans Alliance community liaison. I'm the liaison for the city in the Cultural District, and Judy is the department head at the library, where the Cultural District basically resides in the city department. So that's how we're the kind of the staff on this project. So if you scroll down then to, where am I? Whoops. Oh, I'm sorry. It was yeah, go back. Oh, wait, stop, go back down. Okay, keep going. The next table, that one. Okay. So what we are recommending is on those longstanding projects, you'll see there's the $3,000 in the longstanding projects. And then we're taking that $7,000 and we're recommending that you allocate that equally among those top 4. And so you'll see in the report, there are some questions that we need to clarify as far as just some very basic information about each one of them has something a little bit different that we need to clarify. So that's in your report as well. But our recommendation is, at least at this time, to potentially request that you at least, I don't know if you would say tentatively or prospectively, or just in case one of the projects doesn't end up, for whatever reason, gets pulled, or I don't know what exactly, but if you would like to call this, if you, and we can work with everybody. I'm not trying to say we wouldn't work with everybody. If all of the questions are answered, we can get everything, all the ducks in a row, and there's not going to be any kind of, that everybody's going to, and I think we can make everything work. So it's just a matter of, here's our recommendation. So I don't know where you go from there. Does that all make any kind of sense?
Ask a question. I want to make sure I understand. There's $10,000. It used to be 12. Last year it was 12, right?
Yes.
And this year we have 10. So I want to make sure I'm reading this right. The total amount of money that's under consideration tonight for spend by the city is 10,000.
Correct.
That's it.
That's it.
Nothing else. No grants, no matching, nothing, just that 10,000.
That would
Okay.
be the city allocation.
Okay.
And then you can see there where if the projects were, then they'd have to come up with a sponsor match for the rest.
Okay. So quick question, and I don't want to muddy the waters here, but the Hope float signs, Robert, would that qualify for hot tax? Yes. So my question is, why wouldn't we use some hot tax dollars for Hope floats? Because I think the Downtown Business Alliance, I know every time they've come and they've presented twice now, it's been on their list. And it's obviously going to come up short because they're only, you're proposing 1750 and there would require a 3250 match based on the budget that they present.
Right.
Why wouldn't we potentially fund that with hot tax and then take that 1700 and do something else?
Should
with it?
that's up to y'all to make a decision on.
I would be inclined to support that if the money's available.
I think everybody thinks the iconic nature of the Hope float signs is really important to Smithville. I hear that so often from people, and I'm not trying to disparage the idea and the value of an LED or a digital. I just don't think for me, digital has the same iconic. We talk about maintaining some of the charm of this town while also trying to grow. That Hope float sign and that Hope float house is inarguably a really cool part of Smithville. So that would be one of the things I would ask colleagues to consider is pulling this out, funding the full amount for the Hope floats out of the hot tax and then reallocate using because your methodology seems really good. Just do the same thing, but take that 1750 and spread it.
Are you talking about taking it out of next year's hot tax from January?
Yeah.
Okay, that's, I mean, because the others.
Yeah, these are
already been allocated
2024
to get it.
projects.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, that's.
Because I think it's like $5,000 is what they proposed.
Yeah, yes.
Something like that.
Yeah. Now, one of the questions that was with that is that's just for the sign. So we'd have to figure out all the,
But I would say
codes
fund it
around
all
it.
out of hot tax. I mean, I'm convinced that there's a lot of people out there, and I know this because Debbie and I have started doing short-term rental. There's a lot of people out there, and I'm kind of now in the Tiffany Pryor camp. It's unfair to the people that are paying. There's a lot of people out there not paying. I know we've talked about that before, but my point is, I think there's going to be with this new vendor that Robert's about ready to bring on board and the STR ordinance, there's going to be more money than what we've had before. And I think that's a great use. If it qualifies, I think it's a great use of that money.
Yes, sir. Also, you talked about the electronic billboard a little bit. There are efforts underway to partner with Media Choice to add a second electronic billboard that would be in front of the Hope Float sign. And they have a rendering of the exact replica of the Hope Floats that was on plywood that they can put digitally. And that's just another way to bring people to take a right, but that's a long way out. It's probably a year. So yes, I'll look into using some of the hot funds. We work with Edward and his guys to put the poles back. Just need to have somebody to not hit it in the future. And so.
Robert, could we look at a temporary solution? Could we look at a temporary solution there to possibly put up a vinyl sign or something? In there? Okay, yes, we can do that.
I was just going to slip in a quick comment, Susie Cannon, on behalf of the Smithville Area Chamber of Commerce, that I attended the cultural district meeting via Zoom last week and thought to myself, but it's been a whirlwind week, that I think both the Wayfinder signs, based upon my research of tax code 351, that I think the Wayfinder signs and the Hope Float sign would be things that totally qualify. And so I think that we should totally use hot funds to do that. And so let's all work together on that. That's my only comment.
Thank you, Susie. Thank you, Susie. That's wonderful. I think that's kind of why I was thinking if you kind of tentatively would approve this, then we can kind of juggle all that around. I don't know if that's how that would come back, how you would vote on it. I mean,
Yeah, I've got some platitudes for you and then I'll make a motion.
oh, okay.
I really applaud platitudes. I'm gonna say thank you. She did a great job. I'd like to applaud your expansion of the process to make it more inclusive.
Thank you.
I mean, I think you really did a good job responding to the last few months to feedback that we've given you. And I've certainly felt that you've risen to that challenge. And the fact that you went out and expanded this to a community survey and got like 5 times response to what was in the individual meeting, I think that's awesome. Okay, I said that. Mayor, would you like a motion? Given that we appear to have removed the Hope Floats from the equation, I move that we fund the top 3 projects as recommended by the Cultural District for the amounts originally requested by the applicants. So those amounts would be as follows. Yarn Bombers would get 1,943. Courtney Dyer would get 2,160. Michelle Gardella would get 2,897. Now that would require Michelle to come up with another $73 of increased match, and that would spend the 7,000. We'll put that in that motion. And we would spend hot proceeds to fund the Hope Float sign in 2024.
Motion has been made and second. All in favor? It's approved. Jennifer, did you get all that? You shaking your head? Okay.
So thank you. I appreciate all that. And I appreciate your
Okay.
comments, your platitudes. Very nice. Thank you.
Where are we?
Say too, that I received 2 emails from applicants that also said the same thing that Councilmember Jameson about how much they appreciated the transparency and the improvement in the process.
Thank you. I did, before we end this, I had one other, I said we were going to go back to the TCA grant. So I just wanted to really quickly, there are 2, we pulled a couple of them for consideration. What I'd like to do is to have guidance from y'all on the January request. So if you go to the TCA grant, yeah, there we go. No, yeah. Yes. Okay. So on the bottom of that list, so you've got the 2 that have been awarded right at the top. There's the Dickens on Main and the Riverbend Park postcard mural. Those have been awarded. The TCA grant that was recommended by the committee, previously we had 3 different projects that we were recommending. We're only recommending this one. And the second one that's in there is that one of the other artists that was one of the top, Janice Lee, had also been asked if she could be one of the TCA, be considered for TCA. So what between those 2 projects, I'm just looking for some guidance. I can tell you that the LPAA will have the match. They have match in their program. There are some questions you'll see about Janice Lee's work. I think we can work through any of these things. So regardless, I'd like to have your guidance on which one we go for in the January session. And then we'll have, like I said, there's 2 more coming up in June and July. And so whichever other one, and then I'll come and visit y'all after our next cultural district meeting in about probably April. And we'll see what we're going to do for TCA in June and July, if that makes sense.
Can I ask a question? And Robin Lively sent me this email earlier, and I want to make sure I have a really tough time. I can keep track of the numbers and the dollar spend, but not so much all the different acronyms and who's getting what. There is the LPAA. I know they received a grant from LCRA to install the HVAC system on city property, which is a big deal. I don't know if anybody else knew that. If it was out there and I didn't, shame on me, but I learned that. That's really good. But they were asking for support. Can you tell me where their LPAA is? That this one that you're talking about?
Yes, that's
Okay.
right. Yes.
So that's
the
the same
Luckman
one
Art.
they're talking. Okay.
Correct.
thank
Yeah.
you.
And so this would be this grant would be, so the LCR, part of what we've been very fortunate in is that we have been getting a lot of investment into the Mary Nichols Art Center. So there was a TCA grant previously that brought us the restrooms and the painting, I think. And then there was another, we've had, I want to say it was, oh my gosh, Robert, help me. Was it LCRA that did the roof and the windows? And now we've got the HVAC from LCRA. And so, TCA, and we have been very fortunate in getting some investment from these foundations and the grantors, these funding partners. And so this is one of those questions where, if you remember several years ago, LPAA had those great big murals all over the big paintings.
Okay, Jill, you can go, you love art.
Okay.
But I'm gonna ask you to wrap it up and then
Yeah,
we'll put it all in the
sorry,
email
of
so we can
course.
share it with people, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
so Okay, so so anyway, that's what they're proposing is doing something fun on the outside of the building. So that's basically
And we
that
can
in
list all the
case-
stuff with the LPAA, with the air conditioning and the roof and all that, that we all are on the same page.
Okay, sure, absolutely. And then, so whatever, and I don't know, to get guidance on the January, how do you want to proceed with that? For the January TCA call?
We're good. Okay, and we did a motion.
December? Okay. Okay,
We're
all right,
back
thank you.
December.
Okay, perfect. Thank you all
Okay.
very much.
No, thank you. Are we? Okay. Can our St. Vincent people are dozing off. Need to hurry. Go. Oh, we love Janice.
We'll take a 5-minute recess for point of privilege.
Saint Vincent de Paul, are y'all gonna want to speak? Why don't you come on down? Come on down and now that everybody's finished doing jumping jacks, got some blood back going, we're gonna continue on. All right, our next item is discussion. Where are we? Discussion and possible action with St. Vincent de Paul regarding help with utility bills. Mr. Schaefer?
Yes.
Hello.
Is this on? Hello? Yeah. Dear Council, Mayor and Mr. Temple, St. Paul Conference of St. Vincent, actually, I'm Richard Schaefer, President of the St. Vincent de Paul of St. Paul Conference. We've been working with our neighbors in Smithville for over 12 years. They help with our neighbors with utilities, rent, and prescriptions, as well as listening to their stories and their hopes for better days. In the beginning, we were only able to help with $50 toward the bill. At that time, $50 for a utility bill actually was a big help. We strive for systemic change to reduce poverty to assist our neighbors. A number of years ago, our conference partnered with the city of Smithville and Mr. Temple, and we did classes to help neighbors decrease their utility bills. And we're currently able to help pay $150 to $200 towards a bill, but bills have increased so rapidly that our help today actually doesn't go as far as the $50 did back then. Our concerns are the increase in trash pickup, which back then was $28.17, and it increased to $38.50, and now is increasing to $48. We question why the service was continued at 2 pickups per week, as many families do not have the need for twice a week pickup. Most communities in rural pickup is weekly and runs around $30 a month, which would be reasonable for Smithville residents. We were told that the garbage contract has 2 years left on it. If that's the case, how was it increased to 48 if it has 2 years left? And most of our vulnerable neighbors have no control over portions of the utility bill, especially water and sewer. They live in rental properties with poor insulation and plumbing problems. If there's a water leak, the landlord loses nothing if they don't fix the problem and save the money by not paying for the plumber to fix the leak. But the neighbor is stuck for high water and sewer bills, and if the leak happened during the 3 months in which the sewer rates are calculated, they pay for this water use for the whole year in sewer fees. The other thing, number 3, is fees and other charges. Water and wastewater improvements increase bills by $575 a month or $69 per year. We found several neighbors' bills who did not pay for water and sewer, but were charged this improvement fee. Since these improvements by the city increase property values, why is this charged to the property owner rather than the tenant? Owners or the landlords, not the tenants, see a return on investments for water and sewer improvements. Why is this improvement fee not part of the city property taxes rather than utility bill? And what are the other charges which used to be listed as taxes? We're wondering why this wordage change. Is this a tax or is it a tax on all the items taxed? Or should the items extras be taxed? Should sewer be taxed? All of the extra costs on a utility bill after electricity, water, sewer, and garbage add approximately $226 annually. This has now increased to $274 because the volunteer fire department increased from $1 to $5 per month. Late fees are also a burden on our Smithville neighbors. Rent is due the first of the month and generally takes the first paycheck of the month. Utility bill is due on the 10th, but the second check is usually paid after this date. We've understand that the changing to the 15th is a step in the right direction. But would it be so difficult to make the utility bill due by the 20th of the month so that it allows the people to pay it without the late fees? The amount of late fees is also more than punitive. A 10% per month after month can add up to more than a whole month's utility bill in a 12-month period. If we visit a neighbor currently after the 10th of the month, 10% of what we pay is in late fees. too much energy and water is wasted in Smithville Secondary to poor housing conditions. This waste then costs the city money, increasing the purchase and distribution of electricity or water. What can be done to make the use of electricity and water more efficient? So the city of Smithville adopt minimum housing standards with expectations of appropriate insulation and weatherization and adequate plumbing. In larger cities, there are laws which protect renters when heat and air conditioning quits working or malfunctions. Landlords in these cities must fix the issues instead of telling their renters to use window air conditioners and space heaters, or suggest the renter just open the oven and heat the house. Is there grant money the city could find to help with insulation and weatherization? The city of Smithville does alert people to excessive water usage and possible plumbing issues. But could these issues be sent to the landlords with the expectation that the landlord fixes the leak or pays the water sewer bill? In closing, the Combined Community Action paid $154,000 to the city for utility assistance in 22. And this year, the Smithville Ministerial Alliance paid $17,000 so far. And St. Vincent de Paul has paid $30,000 utilities this year. We'd like the council members we would like to, we are meeting with you. So we're just trying to get some of these issues brought up. Any questions?
I think Janice has.
Yes. Hi, Mr. Schaefer. You and I had met at one time over at the church. And
Okay,
so,
yeah.
there's 496 folks right now that are on our books that are really struggling with, late fees and not being
Yeah.
able to pay. St. Vincent de Paul, how many patrons right now are you helping for that 30,000? I mean, how many people have you actually had to help? Because I just wondered.
Yeah.
226 encounters, or is that duplicate individual? Are they duplicated?
That's individual people, I believe.
So one or two times, or two or three times? So you said 220 people encounters, 226 encounters. So some of those are the same
Yeah, some
people
are
every time.
repeats.
Okay.
There was a percentage, I think it was 40% or 60%. Yeah.
Okay.
And then most of ours a greater percentage are new people that we haven't helped before.
Are all these
turnover.
people they're in the city of Smithville that you're helping?
Yes.
Okay, of our utility customers. Okay. So nobody in the rural
Yeah.
area.
There are some we help also on gas, but that's we help with
different companies, Center
Yeah.
Point. So you're helping with gas, but
And
it's all Smithville patrons
Yes.
at this point.
for this part.
And so you've worked with the Ministerial Alliance. You said they've paid 17,000. And then I know Combined Community Action, they've got a lot of money. This is one of their main focuses, is to help people with utility assistance. So 154,000, is that just for Smithville?
That
Combined
was
Community
Smithville,
Action?
yes.
Just for Smithville?
Yep.
Okay. I tend to agree with you on the trash pickup, and I'm hoping we can fix that in the future as far as twice a week, but that's something that can't be fixed right now. But I think we need to put together some sort of a task force, because even talking with the city folks that have to deal with the folks that come in that can't pay their bills. I mean, it's almost sometimes I want to name by name. I want to know who they are, what their situation is. And, maybe we have to sit down with these individuals and figure out, and I know that you guys you do great case management at St. Vinny's.
We do
St. Vincent de
in-home
Paul. You do in-home visits and you do great case management. But somehow maybe we can help as far as on the financial side. And I'm sure you're doing some of that financial counseling with these folks. Is that true?
Yes. We try to do systemic change.
Yes.
Get them over that hump.
Yes.
But in Smithville, it's limited because they're never going to get an increase in wages. I mean, they're living on Social Security and they're there in
I'd
these
like to see the
houses?
demographics. I don't know. I mean, the demographics should match the 496 that are the people that are late, I would think. I mean, and let's look at that population and come up maybe with some solutions for that. You know, we've got over 37 non-for-profits in Smithville,
Yeah.
and you're one of them, and you're helping. And so, you know, sometimes I think, well, did they go to the other person for help too? Did they go to the other person for help? Are they going to other people for help, and we're not really tracking them like we should track them? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you say 240 encounters.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Bruno, are you suggesting that we propose a task force and maybe engage our new community engagement coordinator?
Yeah, I'd love to propose a task force. I'd like to do a GIS on where all these people live. And then, I mean, we
Yeah,
can
see
do
how
this
much
because that's what
assistance
you
they
do.
get.
I'm really interested in maybe mapping the 496. Do they match with who's going to St. Vinny's? We can get the data from Combined Community Action, and we can get the data from Ministerial Alliance. So it'd be nice to know. It's always you want to know. I want to know about these people. So, you know, if it can really help them.
Second that motion.
So what are we,
So we just, if we can get the community engagement coordinator to help us with this issue, and we can work with St. Vincent. I know we can get the data out of Combined Community Action and the data out of Ministerial Alliance and the data out of the city. And let's look at the data. Can we even get an address? You're not helping me here.
Let me make a short comment. I mean, it wasn't that long ago that we were having a budget discussion. And one of the things that was discussed is whether or not it made sense to charge people a late fee when they obviously weren't able to pay the bill. And there was a lot of discussion about that. It was determined that we would instead extend, I think, the due date from the 10th to the 15th. I think you have to look at this holistically. There's a finite pot of money that it takes to run the city, and we divide it up the best we can between property taxes and fees and all these other things. And if we detract from that revenue stream for certain people, then the remainder are subsidizing that. That's not really that much different than charity, which is it's just forced charity. We're taking from people forcibly by the subsidy program. And what they do through this program is they presumably get private donations and grant funds and help. So I don't think it's really, I think the point here is that we need to remain cognizant of the impact that these fees have and double our efforts to drive revenue in the city through economic development and growth and other things. But at the end of the day, there's not a whole lot that we can do that I don't think we just recently discussed, you know, a month or so ago in the budget process. But it is good information to know because we're certainly aware that people are struggling with that. I don't want to usurp what your proposal is. I mean, I think it'd be fine to get the data.
Well, the number's
Question,
gone.
what are we going to do with it?
The number's gone. I know, but I think we need it. I mean, our number's gone up. I can pull all my paperwork from 2020. I saved the 496 right now. It used to be like 420. I mean, it's gone up. It's going up, right? So we've got the issue, but we do have non-for-profits that can help
Yeah, but
support
what
it.
could we do as a city or city council? What could we do to help?
Well, I think we changed the date on the utility bill, which was good. And then I think we talked about how we were going to do the fees, didn't we? We maybe need to have that discussion again. On the
Elaborate.
penalties.
No, we had that discussion. It was asked and answered. We're consistent with what every other municipality does in the
Oh,
area.
that's right. That's right. Disregard. I think data can inform us. I think data is going to inform us. But if I can't get the data from the city, I've got raw numbers, 496. Can I know that how many are the same? 496? Can I know now? That's where the problem is.
to
Put a task force together.
put a
Let's get some, you and I get together on some ideas.
information on
Yeah.
it? We can,
So one of the things I used to do before for the military, if we don't know the enemy, we can't attack it, right? So we need to know the numbers. And we talked about in the meeting for the Rural Health Coalition, there's a lot of gaps. And if we don't know the population where they at, we can't allocate funds or even help because we don't know what we're doing. We're just throwing money out there and hope it sticks. So one of the things that I agree with Janice is that we want to, especially that gonna follow me, try to figure out who's who, where they at. And then from there, once we have the numbers, I think we gonna be able to make a useful way to use these funds.
I'm gonna work with you and I'll work, we'll work with St. Vinny's, Combined Community Action, and all the other people that are funding. I mean, 3 years ago, St. David's Foundation gave us $76,000 to help pay for the utilities. I mean, there's other funders out there to do it, but let's figure out what we can do policy-wise to fix this problem too, down the road.
Barb Schaefer. So with St. Vincent de Paul, how about the fact that we've got a lot of rental properties that are substandard? And that was one of the points in the letter. We've got water leaks that aren't being fixed. We have uninsulated homes. All of these are draining Smithville's utilities. Those things, I think, can be fixed by making landlords more responsible.
Let me make a comment to that. The tenant has the right under the property management code for a living space that's safe, healthful. They have to get in touch with us for us to be able to get into the rental property to inspect. This has happened several times with mold issues, with leaks, water leaks, under whatever property. They've asked us to come in, but we can't go in on our own. We have to be asked to come in because that's a violation of the owner's right. But the tenant has a right to a safe and healthy environment with which to live. Okay, so we need your help for the tenants to get with, and when there is an issue, have them come to the city so we can take it through the process.
Do you have something? And I know you can put this together because you've done lots of good things with stuff. But some type of handout.
So we used to do the utility.
Right. But I think maybe we should get together and come up with a handout that could be put in the utility bill. We could hand it out, Ministerial Alliance.
Indeed.
Frankie, I'm sure would love to do it with CCA, but telling them what their rights are, because many of them are afraid if they say something, they're going to get kicked out. And these people are very mild-mannered. They are not like us.
They got me
now. You know, it's hard for them to speak up. So let me give you an example. We went out to visit a woman, Spanish speaking only. So we took our secretary with us to help. She had a $500 water bill, but there was not a drop of water on the ground. So where's the water? So I went to the city and they are wonderful. You've got great people working here. And I asked, I had the woman's permission, what was her water usage in June? 3,200 gallons. In July, it was 40,000. Well, her landlord said, maybe it's the hot water heater. And we envisioned that it was going into the sewer system, that it was somehow draining. The city went out and checked. The meter was okay. They were also very good about digging up her shutoff. Her landlord said, I am not interested in fixing that problem. She's going to move. But that was, and I asked the city, what's her water usage for the current month? And they looked it up and said she's well into 90,000. That's a lot of wasted water down the sewer. So if we can get together and come up with something for rights of renters to direct them, because they can't keep this up.
Thank God that you're there to hear their voice.
Yeah, maybe an infographic we can put in the utility
yes.
bill, something.
But can you?
I'm
I
gonna
thank you.
work, I'll make a motion. I'm gonna work with our new community engagement coordinator and with Barb a little bit closer, figure out. I know the city can't give me any details or data, but we're gonna we'll get to the
We'll
bottom
figure it
of
out
this.
though. But
Thanks,
thank you for
Barb.
giving a kudos to our city employees. They got, thank you.
They've been wonderful.
Do you have a motion for Janice?
Come up with a set of data that can inform the council.
I got a motion and a second. All in favor? All in favor. You got it? Okay. On to the next. Thank you, guys. Discussion and action on memorandum of understanding with the Smithfield Workforce Training Center regarding the use of the city of Smithfield facilities located at 404 Fawcett. Take it away.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Okay, hopefully this could be short and sweet. I think everybody's tired. All we're asking for is this memorandum of understanding essentially places 2 city appointees added to the Workforce Training Center board. There was also, there was some misunderstanding by us as to what Tom had intended in his motion on the subject. And I think we put no more than 20% and I think Tom's intent was no less than 20%. That creates a little bit of a problem for us. What we would like to do is remove the reference to 20% and make that 2 positions appointed by the city council. And our rationale there is currently, we started out with a 15-member board. Through attrition, we're down to 8. We've done that deliberately because all along it was our intent, as we were able to move out of Bastrop County and provide more service in the other 3 counties that we support, to have each county judge appoint 2 members to our board so that we have full representation, not only from Bastrop County, but also Lee County, Fayette County, and Caldwell County. All of our operations are supported by grants. Our main grantees come down through the Texas Workforce Commission, through the Central Texas, I'm getting the name wrong, help me, Janice. Oh, the Workforce Solutions, Rural Capital Area.
Yes.
Yes. And so what the impact of adding these 2 members from each of the counties would be to our current board of 8. And I will point out that of our 8 current members, which are Jill Struby, Willie Culberson, Micah Oliver, Daniel Herda, Charlene Scherer, Jake LeBlanc, and Jace Jones. 4 of us are residents of the city of Smithville. 3 of us live in the surrounding area, and one, Jace Jones, is from Bastrop. All of us are either employed or volunteer in the city of Smithville. Adding the 2 members from each of the counties would add a total of 8 to take us to 16. Adding 2 for the city of Smithville, and this we all agree is in recognition of the special relationship we have with Smithville regarding the property at 404 Fawcett. That would bring us to 18. Ideally, we will, through attrition, get back down to the 12 to 15 member number, which I think would be more appropriate. But we don't want to cut our current membership now, because with only 8 people that understand the operation and are now managing the activities of a rapidly growing operation. But basically that's why we want to get away from the 20%, because 20% against a population of 18 would go to 19. And I think that's just getting more unmanageable. And I think with the fact that our current 8 members are all either living and are working in Smithville, we have adequate representation on the board from the Smithville community.
Mayor, Joanne,
Stevie Mayor.
old habit stuck, die hard.
That's former mayor to you.
Wait, this is about, I mean, for me, I can't speak for Councilman, what's your name? Etheridge, in terms of his intent, but this is about protecting the interests of, I mean, this was born here. Y'all all deserve great credit for the fact that it's here, and we want it to stay here at all costs, at most costs. It belongs here. We can't predict the future. And you can't predict the makeup 4 years from now that the 4 people currently on the board will be from Smithville. So for me, what objection would y'all have? I don't understand it. I somewhat understand the objection to keeping us at 20%. What harm does it do to protect Smithville with 20%? I mean, if you go to 18, the 20% is 3.6, which rounds to 4. But you're telling me that would basically be temporary, because you plan on through attrition to bring it back down. I'll stop, let you talk.
Okay, well, I think at this point with, 8 plus 2, Smithville is adequately represented. As far as it's shrinking below that, I don't really see that happening, because since we're located in Smithville, and believe me, it is our intent to stay in Smithville as long as we feel that it's economically viable for us, which the city has very graciously made that possible through this MOU. So, our heart is in Smithville. We're tied to Smithville. We have no incentive to move as far as our location. And
You understand our fiduciary duty to protect the future, and we don't know what's going to happen 2 or 3 years from now. I get the intent. I know you guys would never, I don't think you would ever want to, but I think it's our job to protect the interest, and I'm sure that Councilman Etheridge will speak here in a moment about what the wording, the intent of the wording was. I'm just giving my opinion at this point.
Do that, Mayor, if you don't mind. I mean, I spoke on behalf of the council. It wasn't just me, to be clear. I mean,
I misspoke with that.
Yeah, it obviously is, as former Mayor Morgan pointed out, it's really just a difference between whether it's less than or more than. And the argument she makes is reasonable. What I would love to do is find some way to have what I consider to be somewhat outsized representation from Smithville. It doesn't have to be just the appointees. If there could be some commitment that the 20% is not applicable, so long as a minimum of 2 other board members are from Smithville, that would be that would give us the sense of representation from Smithville. That I'm just looking for Smithville, since it was there from the very beginning, to have a little bit of an outside, but I fully understand it was always the plan of workforce training to be a regional organization. I think there's some value to it being headquartered here. I would love to know that it was always going to be headquartered here, and that it would grow from this base. That was the intent behind it, was to just try to find a way for Smithville to get a little bit of outsized representation on the board. That's it. And I don't know if you have any latitude to do anything other than just ask for the removal of the 20%, but that was my point. And I think that was the discussion that we had, without divulging too much about the executive session, just, to get that outside representation.
Else anything?
Oh, I was just going to say, I don't think anytime soon the Smithville representation is going to shrink below 20%. I understand your concern. I would have to, I can't as an individual. I have to speak representing the board of the Workforce Training Center, so I can't commit that. I could tell you that I think it's extremely unlikely, but as long as we're located here, that the composition of the board would ever shrink below that. One of the reasons is that right now, the 8 of us that are currently on the board are very active and involved board members. We act more as volunteers almost than some kind of corporate board. I don't see that changing. And for that reason, being realistic, people in Lee County, Fayette County, Colorado County are not going to have the incentive to be as actively involved. So I think it's very reasonable to expect that there will always be, of the remaining 8 members, 4 to 8 members, that would almost always be from Smithville. I don't know how you codify that.
I think what we're talking about is, nothing binding, but a representation that, that you think that that's the way it's always going to be. I recognize that's all you can offer the council. You can't speak on behalf of the workforce training. This is their position, I guess, that was voted on by the board, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So let some other people weigh in. I'd like to hear what other people think.
To me, the commitment that the Workforce Training Center is put with the city's going to put the $100,000 match. We're going to have a building. I don't see the commitment from the Workforce Training Center wavering anytime soon. To me, the 2 people represented by us is enough at this point. Things, and it's a 7-year agreement that's going to happen. 7 years goes by pretty dang fast.
You good? Make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that the MOU with the Smithfield Workforce be approved with 2 city appointed board seats, removing the representing no less than 20% of the board.
Motion been made and second. All in favor? 4 have voted, 1 has sustained. Councilman Janice Brino sustained. It passed. Approved.
Thank you very much. Your support means a lot to us.
Thank you. Okay. Discussion and possible action on a tax. How'd you end up out there? Tax note update. He's gonna sing a song, people. Get ready.
All right, council and mayor, we have updated the spreadsheet. In your package, you have a detailed breakdown of what has been spent thus far. I added a couple of columns, how much money was actually spent, how much money remains in the line item, and whether or not the equipment has been received, ordered, or it's work in process. That's what WIP stands for, work in process. So if you look at the police department, they've spent $170,000 and have received the vehicles that they were looking for, and the others have been ordered. If you go down to Public Works, scroll up a little bit, Jennifer, please. Only thing that we spent thus far, although all of these line items were approved, was $72,000 for the utility truck. It has arrived. The rest has been ordered. So in each of these columns or buckets, there's still $1 million left in the Public Works Utilities item. There's still $330,000 left for the PD. Why I bring this up today, but I want to talk about the items in the general section. Nothing has been spent. We have received approval for all that is in black. What's in question are the items in red. I want to bring your attention to this line item that says security camera upgrade. That was $350,000 initially. We reduced that by $100,000 by reducing the amount of cameras by 30%. And again, I understand I don't have approval to proceed with Verkada until a later date, but you saw that presentation tonight. Let's go down to baseball field park upgrades. Last time we reviewed this, that was $100,000. In the meeting that we had, there was a lot of discussion about the utilization of playgrounds versus baseball fields. For that reason, I reduced the amount from $100,000 for baseball field park upgrades to $50,000. I took that money and put it back into the playground equipment and other park upgrades. Similarly, the money that I was spending for the cameras, that $100,000, has also been dropped down to playground equipment and park upgrades, which include not only the actual equipment at Riverbend Park, we need to replace that, but I also got a line item here to actually resurface or at least mark the basketball courts at MLK Park. Okay. So what I'm asking for tonight is your approval to this line item to allow that playground equipment and park upgrades to occur. As you know, it's going to take some time to order the equipment and actually get it installed by spring, when most people will be coming back out to utilize that equipment. And we are targeting Riverbend Park for that. Yes, sir.
Your question.
Yeah.
When we talked about this last time, Ashley, who I don't think is here, we asked the question, we could get all brand new equipment for playgrounds for the amount of money basically that she had in that, or that was in that budget. So it begs the question, if for the same amount of money as we got here, we can get all new equipment, why are we repairing what we have as opposed to, are we getting all new?
All new.
All
yes.
new. Okay. So I misunderstand. So with this, we'll be able to get all new.
Brand new.
Awesome. At all the parks.
Not all the parks, Riverbend Park, and because she had a proposal that was $90,000 to replace that at Riverbend Park.
So was it gets Train Park?
Yes.
Train Park? I'm sorry, Train Park, MLK?
MLK,
Just the basketball.
just the basketball.
Okay.
We will
Because that
resurface.
playscape's in pretty good shape. though,
Yes,
isn't
it's
it? So
excellent
that-
shape.
yeah,
It's only a
yeah.
year and a half old.
Yeah, yeah, that's
So-
a good one. And so we got Train Park
Yes.
and that there's two over at, a really big one over at LCRA, right? At Riverbend.
Yeah, that's
It's
the one I'm speaking of that needs to be replaced. That's the 100,000.
And is it going to be this comparable size? Because it's really big. And it
Close.
doesn't, I bet it doesn't get this. I
It's
bet,
not
does
the
it
same
get the same
size.
use as the ones over here on the south side of 71?
It has transient
Okay.
activity, not.
Yeah, I
what
know.
you're thinking.
I take my grandkids to all of them. We do that one too. And there's rarely anybody at the Riverbend one on the weekends. It's at all hours, but MLK and Train Park are a lot. So I would just say, I'm hugely supportive of this, by the way, but because it's for kids and all, but I would love to see you evaluate whether you replicate the same scope and everything at Riverbend, or whether you could maybe get by with a little less at Riverbend and put it in. I just don't see it. It's a huge playscape over there.
We talk about our, some of the things that are the best thing about Smithville and the attraction, and we know we're going to grow. Riverbend Park will eventually attract more people. So I think we should, Elgin's got some beautiful playscapes, playgrounds. It's just beautiful. And I just think as we grow, we're going to want something really nice at Riverbend Park for our future. So for, yeah, and especially, yeah, for tourism. Tourism.
Yeah, and
that park or those playscapes. I mean, there's a whole different section with swings all on the other side, and there's two huge playscapes in that padded area. There's a lot of playground improvements at Riverbend relative to MLK and Train Park. If that's the way you want to do it, I'm not going to fall over the sword on that. I love the fact that we're getting playground equipment for the kids.
And that's what I'm looking for is the authorization, kind of like the cameras. Okay, you're authorized to spend it, come back with a proposal as to where and how much, so forth and so on, where it's going to go.
I will say this, if you followed it on Nextdoor, there's been a lot of talk about how the schools have shut their parks down after hours. You can't get in any of them. So it's really important that we get this underway so that our kids have a place to go when it gets springtime.
Okay, well, I need to go back up. I want to make sure I understand regarding the baseball fields. You know, that was $100,000. There's some need that you've asked for and the Little League have asked for that we're going to pursue. I'd like to pursue with the 50,000 and lump that up with the LCRA Community Development Partnership Program grant of 25,000 to help those facilities be improved as well, because they get used a lot.
What would the baseball improvements consist of?
Concession stand. Where's
Well,
that?
I do have Alan signed up to speak.
Oh,
Oh.
Oh,
good.
okay, great.
And bathrooms?
Yeah.
That's all right. Good evening, Alan Butler. I'm the Smithfield Little League president. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Okay, well, I think Tom had specific
I was just
questions.
could you explain maybe the scope if it's matched up with 25,000 from LCRA? If you had 75,000, kind of what would you get for 75,000?
Great question. So I started this journey back last spring with bringing the attention some of the complex issues around with the parks. Much like you, I'm very interested in seeing that better for a whole as a community with the kids. To answer your question specifically, what can we get for $75,000? That's really based upon what the city is willing to do to make these capital improvement projects take place. I met with Robert, Sharon, and Edward on this matter, and Jill as well last week. I've got an estimated range for $70,000 to $80,000 we could put up a building that would consist of ADA compliant bathrooms, which basically be a 20 by 40 building. We could pour a slab, put bathrooms in there that are ADA compliant with more than one toilet in each one, and have an actual concession stand that's functional, that doesn't have holes and rodents and holes in the walls. And then also having some kind of little boardroom in there because we have no meeting space currently. That could be done for that price tag, assuming that the city is willing to bear the cost and assist with getting utilities to that structure. We need sewer, water, and electric to that location. We have a current storage building out there. We would like to put it in front of it. It's between the two fields. Okay. But yeah, Dennis Walker Little League Field. Yes.
Yeah, it's where the Little Leagues, where they play Little League.
Because the current building is from 1975. Yes.
So that current cinder block structure that's there that serves as a concession in the middle of all those fields, that would be the one that would get.
That would be my suggestion.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are some drainage issues that Edward and I've discussed. I realize and recognize that. The long-term goal is to demolish the existing cinder block structures and build covered seating at some point down the road if we can get some funding together.
And so the building you're talking about would be where? To the east? I mean,
It'd be the west.
The west.
Yes,
West, yeah.
it'd be
Okay.
between field 2 and 3, I believe. There's an existing green building out there. Correct.
Up at Clyburn, was there any leftover money that could do anything there?
Correct. So when I began this journey, I was coaching the team on the hill with no lights, no working bathrooms, mold everywhere. So I had to get creative. We played a majority of our games in Bastrop. We loaded all the kids up and played over there because we didn't have functional facilities there, which the town lost money as a result, right? I even brought food truck out there, a relationship that I have to serve food out there so we could raise Little League money, but we were getting cut short in game nights. So these are some of the struggles. But to answer your question, that building that's on the hill There's more conversation, dialogue that probably needs to be had about the structure. There's a couple of options. One, so one option would be, and I've worked with several contractors, being a contractor myself, I'm willing to donate a roof on it. My mason that I work with is willing to do all the stonework if you guys provide the materials. The foundation needs some leveling and some repairs. And then I've already worked with the restoration company that sent off stuff for the lab about lead paint and mold and asbestos in the building. So there's a few logistical things with that structure that need to be worked out as far as what you guys decide you want to do. There's that option is option one, to restore it, leave it in the way that it is and try to spend the money to rehab it. Option two, remove the building, take the stone, repurpose it, use it as a skirting and build another 20 by 40 building there, put some nice memorabilia up there, what the structure was once. So there's a couple of options that you guys can decide what you want to do. I know the Lions Club assisted with us in raising funds at a fundraiser, and there's also more money we can get for that project through Lions Club International, but I need tangible RFPs and data and design plans from you guys for me to go get other money and funding. Right now, I don't have anything to work with, so I'm just asking for money for people. We have no plan. I'm not the decision maker.
Opportunities in the future to be able to attract tournaments and out-of-town people.
That's a much broader conversation. So if you want to start attracting those
I'm
things.
looking at, everything that we do in investing, we're looking in just not in just serving the community, but in potentially bringing in some revenue.
Absolutely. So I have addressed this situation specifically before. You guys are sitting on a gold mine. You have campgrounds, you're close to hotels, restaurants. We have multiple fields around this town and this community. If you were to put money into it, it can be fixed up. There are certain things that are going to need to be done to make those fields specifically tournament play eligible. So there is more money that's going to need to be put at it. The immediate needs of the community and we're using that facility. Your numbers guy, Tom. I've been counting since you asked last meeting. We had 480 to 500 people using that facility just on Sundays right now. In the spring, we're using that facility 5 to 6 nights a week or 5 to 6 days a week. That's just one Sunday afternoon from 2 to 5 that I'm getting those numbers. So I'm going to partner with Jill in the spring to do an economic study and do some surveys so we can really figure out the revenue that's being brought to town with Little League. So we can get you guys some tangible data so we can go back and look at some of that.
I'm much more comfortable just knowing that it's like a building block to creating something here for the everything we do is economic development.
Absolutely.
So it's a buzzword, but I think very
correct. But to answer your question about the fields, there's a lot more field work that needs to be done to make those tournament playing fields. So we've got some investment there if you're going to look at that. And we still need lights.
Position it as an investment by the city that's got a return. I think it's more palatable.
Absolutely. And our biggest issue is lighting, which is probably going to be the largest cost right now.
When we were at TML, I saw solar powered baseball field lights that had solar panels that would recharge and they would work all evening according to the people. There was a big group there that was selling them. I've got a card for them. They said they were that over the period of time they were more economical than trying to move your utilities or do anything else, and they just are there. So something to consider.
But you've also talked to Blue Bonnet Electric, and we're trying to go that avenue also to get.
I think there's several opportunities for us. Again,
opportunities.
Little League doesn't own the complex. I don't own the property. The organization does not own the property. So anything we do, I need to get plans and direction from you guys on how you'd like to proceed. I'm happy to help from there.
Okay.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you.
Okay, to that point, Alan can come back with a more detailed kind of a conceptual plan of where we're going. You've got the ideas in his head, but we need to put that on paper and be something more, as I said, concrete for both MLK and Calvert. The last thing I want to speak about is miscellaneous facility upgrades, $175,000. At the last meeting, you did approve $45,000 for security doors and a panic button at City Hall. What was still up in the air were the HVAC repairs at the rec center and weatherproofing and insulating the show barn. Now, I want to let you know that that particular project was going to be under the TDA grant, but because it's in the floodplain, it was disqualified. It's something we need to do to provide ADA compliance, insulate, and repair the roof for the longevity of the facility. It's about $120,000 to $125,000. So What I'm asking for is you guys to approve everything but the cemetery CRM platform at this point, because I'm not certain we're going to do that. But conceptually, all these things need to be done. That doesn't mean I'm going to go out and spend $1.4 million. This is going to be done over time, just as the public works and the PD equipment. We're in it for the long haul, but I would like you guys to consider approving these items as presented. I will be making updates, if not monthly, every other month to let you know what we're spending, what's come in, so forth and so on. Questions?
With a motion that asked for, that had some specificity to it around the playground. So we call out what we're going to use that money for and what we're going to get for it. So it's on record. Yeah. You want a motion? Mayor, I move that we approve the 50,000 for the baseball field and park upgrades, the 200,000 for the playground equipment and park upgrades, and the miscellaneous facility upgrades. The last two include, as noted here, the insulation and the roof on the show barn, and then on the playground that we get replacement playscapes at Train Park and at Riverbend Park, and that we have the basketball courts renovated, retopped, restriped. I included the show barn in there. Did you get okay?
Net a motion.
Second, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, motion approved. Okay, so that would, so let's see, that's a tax note.
It's playgrounds by the spring.
The one playground was $89,000. Yeah, we want to get that ordered.
Yeah.
So I'll let Ashley know, and we'll demolish the other one. I don't think there's a lot of resale on that one.
There is.
I don't think there
Oh.
is. It's 30 years old, 25 years old, if not longer.
Did you need leave? Discussion and action on resolution casting votes for the board of directors for the Bastrop County Appraisal District. Oh, sorry, Jill. Discussion. Discussion on the City of Smithfield's website update. Thank you, Jill. I lost my way over here.
Thank you so much again. And thank you to Jose. He's the one who developed the really beautiful format. And I'm so grateful. I said, here's the outline, here's the information, and he made me a report. I'm so just very pleased and happy about that. And so this is just giving you a little bit of information. We did that public survey. There's just a couple of items in here to show you, just to remind you about what the public survey, what the results were. You do have that from a previous council meeting, and I can send that to you again if you need to. That just kind of tells you a little bit about where we are from what the public was asked to do, and that was informing Civic Plus on what it was that they needed to be concerned with. The other couple of things, just kind of getting into a little bit, they're going to be migrating 100 meetings over into the new website. We decided on having that be 50 city council meetings, 25 planning and zoning meetings, 15 historic preservation design standard meetings, and 10 cultural district meetings. And above and beyond that, they only do the 100 meetings, then it'll be up to staff to put any other remaining meetings that might be in the past onto the website as we can, or as we're directed to do that. The navigation buckets, this is how, basically, if you look at the layout, this part here, that's kind of grayed out on the last page, what you'll see is that the navigation buckets are going to be that top line button kind of thing. Those are going to be, when you scroll, those navigation buckets are going to stay permanent on the page. So that'll be always at the top of the page. And then as you scroll down the page, that navigation, those navigation buttons are going to stay stable. Does that make sense? It's easier to visualize when you have the website up. And then the graphic buttons will be some additional links. We'll go into those graphic buttons. That's not going to be, that'll be as it scrolls, it'll be at the top of the page underneath the banner. But those other graphic buttons are going to be the other directions into the website. When we talked, we had that, we had somebody assess our website. We had the citizen response, and we have Civic Plus giving us all guidance on how this all should look and feel, and make sure that these things are as easy for the user as possible. And this is how this all came up with. The additional items to be included, there's the message board. That's going to be first click. So on the homepage, that's absolutely, we talked with them and found a spot for it. So it'll be on the homepage. They're going to do a public participation component of that project. And we're going to be getting the veterans database in there. We've got the project timeline. This goes into a little bit of detail on that. There's also a graphic showing kind of where we are. It's a little bit small on there, but you can see kind of where, you can see there's a line there of where we are and where we're headed, what we've done and what we're going to be doing. And so far we've been meeting all of the milestones. And so we're going to be, we expect to launch the project by January 12th, 2024. So we're getting close. So right now where we are is the Civic Plus has all of we're basically anything that we are adding to the website as of October 20, I think 27th, I have it here, 20th, as of October 20th, that all is what is going to be migrated over to the new website. So anything that we add as staff between October 20th and January, did I say 12th? Thank you. January 12th, we'll have to just bring that back into the new website. They're not going to do that. We're going to have to track that and make sure that we add that into the new website once it's live. And you can see then the last page is the colors that we went through. Those are the color scheme that we're working on, and the layout is just right above that. So that's, and I did provide the link. If you want to try that link, then you can really kind of get a sense of how that works. I don't know if you can open it doesn't, yeah.
Oh, can I ask you a question? Just
Yes.
A couple of them.
Yeah.
One is, one of the feedback I get from a lot of people is where do I go to find events? Is that going to be under our community?
Well, we'll have a calendar. So I don't know that, so events, that's a broader discussion that the city will have its calendar of the city events. The community doesn't really have a calendar of events like Chamber has their calendar of events. We don't have a space, and we haven't that's not been part of our mission to be able to gather all of the events in one location at the city website. I think that has definitely been something that we've been talking about. I think we have to have a bigger discussion about that. I don't know that it's appropriate for us to have every single event on the city website, because it would be very difficult to control that, or if you leave somebody off, and it would get very messy very quickly. But it's definitely worth having a conversation about and figuring out how to make that happen.
Because you hear a lot of people. Well, I mean, the most recent was we had the airing of the quilts, and we had the historic home tour this last week, and people were asking, "Hey, would you repost it on social media, because it's hard to find detailed information without going to the garden club's actual site and clicking on their icon." And they kept asking, why isn't this on city? And that's just a recent example. A lot of people ask about, why aren't these events on the city's website? Because it really feeds into this narrative about promoting economic development and promoting events in the city. I hear you 100%. I just asked the question because that's a comment I hear from a lot of people, is why isn't that on the city's website? So just something to think about.
So of course, I only just been here for a week, but I've read all the emails and conversations, and I used to build websites before too. That's one of in my other life. So the thing, and if you can go back to the layout that they did, there's gonna be like a carousel where it says calendar, grid, and list. That should be changing with different events going on. And also there's going to be the calendar that Jill mentioned. That's going to have the specific dates of all the events going on. Of course, like we'll have to see when they actually set up the content so we can see it live, how it will look like, but we can still change. Let's say if it doesn't look right, or we could do better, so it will represent events a little better, we can go back and change that.
Well, I mean,
That's
the
what-
big ones are going to be things like the 4th of July, the
Correct.
Christmas parade. I mean, we all know there's 10 or 12 or 15 events.
And
that
those
we
will
do.
be like rotating, like images like 4th of July.
Is that also under the calendar section where you'd find out when the plan and zoning and all, or would that be under government tab?
So as it is currently, we have it on the calendar site and then it is also listed on.
Also under the
So
government
the,
tab.
the government site, basically what you have is it has the date and then the link to the agenda or
Yep.
the minutes or whatever. It'll be that same type of a, but we always have posted those things on the calendar. Anything that's a city event has always been,
Okay.
that's the intention anyway.
So this section where it says additional items, it says message board, what is public participation in veterans database?
So the Veterans Database, part of what we've been working on with Veterans Memorial Park is that we've got all of, as many names on the walls as possible. That lives on an Excel file in my office. That's not a great place for it. And it's not a really good or effective way of gathering information. And so what we're going to do is we're going to turn that into a searchable database where people can upload their own files. It wouldn't go into the database without being first viewed and when after it's submitted,
So is the point that people could go to
Approved,
the
yeah.
city's website and find out about veterans that live in the community?
it would be if just the Veterans Memorial Park. It's so if
Okay.
if it's on the wall, they'll be able to search it up and
And
they'll
what's the
find out.
public participation tab?
So we're working with them on the details of what that means exactly, but really what that is it's a way of us to like the civic, no, I'm sorry. Oh my gosh. No. Who was the people, Social Pinpoint? When we were first talking with Social Pinpoint, they had a whole bunch of different ways of like posting questions. So we could, in other words, the way that we're working with SurveyMonkey now, we would be able to do that through this civic plus component.
So it's
And-
interactive, but not a social media platform.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. And we would be able to do, the way I understand it is we'd be able to do a little bit of mapping and we'd be able to definitely say like, it's sort of like a see, click, fix only for public participation, or we really need a mural over here, or
So will it be up and going January 12th?
that's my, yes,
the-
that's
okay.
the plan. Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Question? Is it good? That's the intention. Yeah. I mean, right now we're following through. So we're meeting all our milestones. So that's the plan.
Discussion and action on a resolution. No, where am I? I'm on the wrong one again. Discussion and action on a resolution casting votes for the board of directors of the Bastrop Central Appraisal District.
All right, Council and Mayor, every 2 years this happens and we have 53 votes to cast out of 5,000. There are 7 candidates to be considered. Stacy Tyner has withdrawn her candidacy, so you have 6 to consider. What we tried to do is ensure that there are, Smithville is represented, and the 2 individuals on this list from Smithville are Justin Besner and Jeannie Ralph. It's my recommendation that you give 126 and 127, whomever you'd like to select. So if you want Mr. Besner to have 27 or Miss Ralph 27, that's your decision. At the end of the day, there's only going to be 5 board of directors. And just know that each taxing entity has votes. We're a small fish in a bigger sea. That's why we only have 53 versus what the school and the county have. But every vote counts.
Mayor, just to let y'all know, I'm recused from this vote with potential personal conflict.
Okey dokey. You wanna give me a motion?
Duly on file with.
Go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we give Jeannie Ralph 27 and Justin Benzer 26 for the candidates for the district for the board of directors, Bastrop
Hazel District.
Second.
Motion's been made and second. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Mitchell Jameson did not vote. Discussion and action on 2022 certified tax levy for the city of Smithville. This is Cynthia. Where's
Well,
Cynthia?
Mayor and council, this is something we do every year. Yeah. So, this basically identifies how much money will be brought in because of property taxes based upon the total assessed value of property in Smithville of 445,962,142. Property taxes that are going to be coming are 2,377,859.70. And this is just a form that has to be filed with the tax office. Cynthia, did I catch that okay? Okay.
Normally we get all her worksheets, but that's okay. Yeah. Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion that we go ahead and approve the tax assessor collector tax roll as per the Texas Property Tax Code 26.09. Certified by Ellen Owens, Bastrop County Tax Assessor.
I'll second that motion.
Motion's been made and second. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jennifer, was everything good?
I need to show the amount. No.
She said she got it. Discussion action on a contract with AT&T for pole attachments.
All right, Council Mayor, this is an action that we haven't done in quite some time. This is actually an agreement for the joint use of our poles with Southwestern Bell Telephone Company, AKA AT&T Texas. It's that time of the year where we are upping or updating all of our agreements with RTA, with AT&T and Time Warner Spectrum. This one you're going to consider is with AT&T. We're looking at a $15 per pole attachment. There are 588 attachments that are on our poles, and in turn, we have attachments on their poles to the tune of 215. Doing the math, this would be a 10-year contract for 373 poles with expansion as necessary from either entity through a process. What I'd like to point out is that the $15 rate is good for 10 years. Unlike RTA, where it's a staggered rate, this is going to be set for the next 10 years. One thing that we found that the statute of limitations regarding past due billing, which for whatever reason we did not do, we didn't have the right number of poles. It was the wrong contact. We thought it was a franchise agreement. Long story short, AT&T, if you give them the $15 rate, they're willing to go back 10 years to pay past due accounts to the tune of $45,000 versus a $16.50 rate, which they'd only go back 4 years. So on a bumper sticker, I recommend going with the $15 per pole attachment with the 10-year remittance of past due balance to the tune of $45,000.
Funds go back into the general fund,
It'd be utility fund.
utility fund?
Yes.
Robert, the agreement that was emailed out late this afternoon to everyone, that replaces all the other ones? There's a
Yeah,
single agreement?
I meant to do that. We were working on trying to consolidate the agreement. They weren't sure if they'd get it through their legal and our legal. So what you have in the packet has now been consolidated into the agreement that I sent out, which is a combination of the two. It updates the old one. I always prefer doing an updated version versus working off an amendment back to 2012. So this document that I sent out this afternoon is a updated, completely new version of the document that was back from 2012.
Want a motion?
Yes.
Mayor, I move that we approve the agreement for joint use of poles between Southwestern Bell, DBA, AT&T Texas, and City of Smithville as documented in the handout late this afternoon by the city manager.
Second. Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor? 1, 2. Approved.
And I appreciate the change in the indemnity section. That was
Yes, sir.
That's good. I appreciate that.
Discussion and action on approval of the financial report.
That was a long hope down on the end of the day.
This thing's still on.
I bet you're gonna make a motion to move finances to the first, aren't you?
I would agree with that. But whatever. So you have in your packets tonight the October financial report, the first one of the first new fiscal year. As you can see, revenues are at 1 million of our new $15 million budget. Not a lot going on in the first part of the year. We pay a lot of annual bills at this time. That's why you'll see a lot of expense up front. Some of that just to save fees and stuff like that. So some of your line items will seem higher. I know there was some question about like property tax and stuff. Those items are a little bit lower this time, just specifically due to the tax bills not being sent out yet. So once those start getting sent out, property tax should start being collected in December or January, unfortunately, so. But I don't know if y'all have any questions on it. Not much.
I have just a couple questions. You've answered some earlier today. I appreciate it. The QECB Treasury subsidy, just what is that?
When we pay our annual lease payment for those water upgrades that we did years ago, and we have to pay a fee, but part of that is reimbursed. There's a subsidy we get back for doing that, and I have to submit that separately as a line item to IRS for us to get that subsidy back. So that's the percentage we get back. I think it's at 5% of
Okay.
the lease payment.
And then the only other thing, I know that a lot of these things are timing issues, but under the
Yes.
expense for utilities, there's, oh gosh, hold on, bear with me. It's the solid waste services under the expense where it shows we budgeted $1 million and only spent $270. So that's just a timing issue.
Which page?
It's
sorry.
page 6
Okay.
where it says solid waste, the expense recap. I mean, it's such a, I mean,
Well-
we like didn't spend anything.
And that is probably, that's our waste management invoice. It
It just
comes
hasn't
in
come in.
late.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the first one comes in, they come in later. So if she hasn't entered all those invoices by the time I have to do the financial report, it's not there.
Okay.
So it's more of a timing issue. Or just depends on when she gets it all entered and when I have to submit.
It's a midnight if y'all want.
I'm looking hard.
Somebody give me a motion.
So.
Give me a motion.
Go ahead.
Motion of the financial report.
Need a second?
Motion to approve it?
Approve it. Sorry.
Second.
All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Approved. This meeting's adjourned.